Hello. Hello. Eh. Alright, I'm gonna have some more water. Jesus Christ, my throat. Alrighty. Do I want to wait till the end of the countdown, or do I want to move into the thingy-madiggies right now? I think I want to move into the thingy-madiggies right the fuck now. That might be a good idea. Excuse me. Bam! Boom! Hello, everyone! Welcome to the stream. Hello! Hi there, J-Cat. Thank you for getting there first. Davey Boy, good to see you are awake. So glad you're here.
Hello.
Glad to hear you're logging in as you speak. And hi there, Twixie. Welcome to the stream. Hi, Jason. Welcome. Look, I know. You're wondering why I'm streaming on a Saturday afternoon/evening when I already did a stream this morning for MMO Monday or MMO morning. The reason being is because I wasn't able to get through all of Dawntrail. Hello again for part 2. Yes, part 2. This is we're just going to consider this part 2 of the MMO morning, where, you know, the only reason we do this is to extend the plot a little bit, and it's just a rehash of the previous storyline with different beats and arcs. I wasn't able to get through the last of the Dawntrail expansion, and quite frankly, the Dawntrail expansion, I was one mission away. Just one mission I was away to getting it all done. But it was getting late into the day, and we were getting into the afternoon and what have you. So there came this fun little moment where I didn't want to pay a cancellation fee for. Also, I keep looking over here because I have a second monitor that holds the OBS thingy-majiggies. Let me just put you front and center. 1 minute. Bing bong. There we go. Now it's a little more front and center to like some degree, because like I'll be like, you know, just doing a quick this thingy-majiggy. You'll probably see my eyes do the thing, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, so I didn't want to pay a cancellation fee for a barbershop appointment, because here's the thing, I even set the barbershop appointment to be like an hour and a half later than I normally like finish my streams, you know, just in case I needed to go on for a little bit longer. I didn't realize I was going to go on for longer than that. And so I didn't want to pay a cancellation fee for a barber shop that was only a 5 to 6 minute walk away. So I decided we would end the stream at 1 o'clock, and we'd pick it back up at around 6 p.m., you know, this sort of time zone. Depending on people's time zones, it was going to be an entirely different time of day, quite frankly. I know Sashera over in Perth is at a different thingy-madiggy. I could probably scream at Sashera at this hour and just go, Sash! And hopefully she'll answer me. Sash! Just screaming at 6 o'clock. Sash! Bring dudes! I need more men! So, hopefully it'll be fun. And I will hopefully have Davey Boy to keep me company as well, because we are going to be going through more Dawntrail, as it says on the tin. We're going to be going through more Dawntrail. It is going to be this motherfucker right here. And then we can pause the background music. This is where I am right now, and this is the thing we are going to be fighting. Now, Velk got a little bit upsetties because the way I described this fucking monstrosity was, it was essentially a robotic Ravana that was pregnant because of this fucking, like, womb thingy-madiggy here. You are literally right here. Yes, I am. Hi there, Davey Boy. How did you jump in here like that?
Huh?
I don't remember dragging you into this room, but somehow you made it. Welcome.
I didn't do that.
Oh, did you like exit out of Discord or something like that, like while you were still in the chat instead of like, you know, leaving the chat?
I think, yeah.
Okay. Discord has a fun little thing where if Discord disconnects, but you didn't like disconnect from the chat, it puts you back in and such, because, you know.
Oh, I do remember that happens on occasion, yeah.
Yeah. Welcome, welcome. This is Davy Boy. This is Oren. You will get the name. 1 minute, please. It's not like I forget them every time. Oran de Boy. They are a Dullahan in the, what's in things? Sir Dragon! You stole my shirt again! Also, hopefully I'm not muted. No, I'm not muted. Excellent. So, yeah.
No, you're not muted,
but yeah,
to my knowledge.
I'm literally right here, Twixie. So I'm guessing you yourself, Twixie, are a fan of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, which comes with a free trial allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and the award-winning Stormblood expansions up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime. Nice work on the 29% himbo there, Sir Dragon. Damn, I thought you were able to... wait. Damn, I thought you were able to transfer to Oz from most places, but it's telling me nah. No, you should be able to.
You can go onto the Materia data center, then whenever you are on there, check the character, exit, go back to data center, and go to your original data center. You have to load up the data for Materia first to get it over.
Oh, yeah, kind of like the issue that Sashera was having this morning when trying to move.
It's a known glitch they had, but it's the way they can just keep it consistent so people don't spam going to Materia. Because when Materia first opened, it overloaded it and caused this glitch, and they haven't had time to fix it, to my knowledge.
To my knowledge, they are fixing more important things, like giving us more Viera gear that will actually pop up on our faces. Look at my boy.
True. And new weapons that are coming out in 7.1, I believe?
Yep, in 7.1, they're releasing new stuff, more patch content, and of course, the Minstrel Ballad for this fight.
I need to do this fight, it'll be so good.
So yeah. Oh, and that reminds me, Wondrous Tale. Fuck you, Chloe. Like, just, you could have dropped it right there. You could have dropped it right there, and I would have had, like, a line. I don't want to, like, I know it's foolhardy asking for, like, 3 lines at this point, but it would have been nice just to have at least 1 line. And because I didn't do the shuffle, like, you know, when there was only 7, I'm stuck with this.
Now you know my pain. I never get lines in this from Chloe at all.
I have gotten, like, a 2 line or something like that, but never a 3 line. Ooh, it worked, Twixie? Nice.
Hey, glad to hear it.
Glad to hear it. Alright, I am currently in... Interruptus.
What instance are you...
So...
What instance are you in, to be specific? It would say on your chat at the side.
Instant. You're not currently in an instanced area.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, you probably could leave that because you're in a specific area for it.
Damn.
My bad.
Okay, hang on. Let me just... Let's leave the thing. Let's leave! Number 3.
So we can gather people at least.
So yeah.
Yeah, I'm in number 3 as well.
Alrighty then, let's head back to the Lucy's thing. So yeah, so as always, streams will probably be like, no, not the whale. Give me something other than my giant fucking whale. Sure, let's go with this unicorn. Why is it that the white mage gets a mount at the end of their quest, but I, you know, like, warrior and paladin, none of them get like a, oh, congrats on getting to level 30, here's a mount.
For tanks, they have an entire, like, nearly 10 months you can get through achievements.
Yeah, but this one was a quest. This motherfucker right here was a quest at level 30. The achievements are all like, hey, do you want to go through a dungeon that's at least level 70, like, 500 times?
I'm pretty sure it's just a reference to the White Mage and Conjure quest line for the why you get it.
Yeah.
Because if I remember correctly,
yeah,
you save it.
So, yeah.
And that's mainly the reason you get it. Also, they needed people to have a lot of reasons to, you know, get it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a bumble flump looking at you.
Instance. Oh, what? Oh! Bumble flump. Hang on a second. If I check the adventurer player, is it going to be convenient? She, her, menace. Is this you? Is this you, Twixie?
Time to have 300 plus ping. You will know my pain and have fun with it.
It might be, sure. Okay, hang on, I'm gonna need to double check your search info, because I have some bad news. I only have tank, and I only have one level 100. I'm a bonk warrior. That is it. So, now comes the very embarrassing part of, where's search info? Give me search info.
You get that when you invite them to party.
Ah, okay, fine. Invite to party. I am the same, lol.
I mean, the thing is, if Belt comes in, he can switch like me to anything.
Oh yeah, because we're going into a trial, so there's going to be two tanks,
trial, so
2
you'll
healers,
have 2 tanks
14.
anyways.
Yeah. I don't know why, I was still thinking in dungeon mode, where it was like, yeah, there's going to be like 4
Fair.
people tops. I'm an idiot.
Though, it would have been funny if we were doing the dungeon, we just had 3 tanks.
Oh my gosh, imagine doing that, where it's just like, oh, let's just do unsynced, but then level sync the content. Give the little...
You can technically do that as fixed parties.
Give the little flumpa, little pet. So small. Hate to break... Also, Twixie, I don't like Lalafels. I am gonna be... Unfortunately, I hate to break news, I don't like Lalafels. Like... Not to a level of, like, you know, me blocking every Lalafell I see. It's just one of those cases of, like... Yoshi P! Why'd you make him look this way? Like, I'm fine with the dwarf peeps, like... How could you best race? No. The best fantasy race... The best fantasy race is the dwarves, okay? Lalafells are not dwarves, they are gnomes pretending to be children, which is very disastrous. What if Grant but a dragon? Oh, you mean like an Aurora? Hang on a second, I have some photos. Give me a second to find my photo album and, you know, start showing off, like, because I started doing screenshots and what have you, because I was like, oh, we're gonna get a Fantasia at some point in the future. We can do things with it. So, give me a second. I need to find the screenshots. Alright, so... No, those are not the screenshots I am after. That is a shame. I need... I think it's yeah, VLC and paint. Alrighty then. So... Here we fucking go. Alrighty then. So, let me just minimize this, and then... Alright. Changing sources. Bing. Bong. Habam. Behold! Fuck off with that edit AI. So, this was like, you know, the, Mikote I was thinking of making for my, after the Fantasia and what have you. Then I did an Elizin. And then I did an Aurora. So, like, these are the, you know, half-dragon peoples. And then I had to do a Femroth. She's so sexy, my beloved. And then here's my character again. This is my Rogadin from A Realm Reborn before I turned into a Hrothgar. This was another bunny girl, my beloved. And then this is the Hrothgar I made during, I want to say Heaven's Ward or Stormblood. So...
Careful now. Don't show a Hrothgar. All the Hrothgars will tell you to turn into them again.
And then human. Just to fuck around. Just human. And then, oh yeah, orc. Orc. But yeah, look at her, my beloved. Like, she got them fangs. Twixie just going, man. You're your Goblin and Lalafell are the exact same height by complete mistake. They're both 2'8". You're not even a meter tall? What in the world? Okay. I don't 100% know what's... Alright, cool, so that's all it is. Nice. I was like wondering like what the fuck else is in my thingy-majiggies in the VLC like clipping and such. So that doesn't look like much. And that was me doing dynamic nonsense testing. The idea of like doing a dynamic light thing, which was tempting. Oh, we all sitting down? Fine, let me sit down. You get all the cards now, because Grant's being rude to Lalafells. But like, you're not a Lalafell, you're the Dullahan Rogadin.
I have friends that are Lalafells. They're pretty chill.
Yes. Maybe that's the difference.
Also,
maybe I just don't have any Lalafell friends. Maybe that's the... Let me double check my friends list and let's see who I got.
Maybe, but also I played Final Fantasy XI, and what Lalafells are based on, those ones are much worse.
Are they like the first shard, where it's like, you know, they're actually like, you know, cool looking dwarf peeps?
They're
or
even
is it just
more annoying?
Oh my god. Because every
like,
time I look at a Lalafell,
if I had to describe what I...
It's this is the part of I feel like this is like, you know, just a factor of like dealing with Western nonsense, and it's probably going to be like a long time to unpack, but I don't like the idea of characters that are like, oh, these people are like totally of age, or they're like hundreds of years old, and then they're designed like soft-skinned children. There's just something a little bit sinister about that.
While I do agree about that,
So
when it comes to Lalafells and whatnot, here's a little fun fact that a lot of people don't talk about. Actually, a while back, like back before 1.0 was a thing in 11, they said they were... Actually, it's not what they said, it's what they did. And this was supposed to be the intent for 14, but they never bothered because of balancing issues. Every race actually had a very unique natural base set of skills. If you're a Lalafell or a Tarataru, you had insanely good skills with magic. If you were a Rotogeddon, you were really good at physical and defenses and whatnot. Elizins were very agile and nimble and so on. And the other thing, that's actually a common misconception with Lalafells. They live the same age group as about a year.
Okay.
Elizins and Mikote and Rogadins are the ones that can live for a long time.
Catman. Can't view them. Don't know who that is. Can't view them. Lauren. We got Belk. Classic Mikote.
I have that PvP care.
Sorry?
It is very good. I have that PvP care of Velkaz. It's very good.
This is... What did Twixie say? This is why you just don't loot the Lalas. Instead, you just pick the most annoying voice and be a menace.
True.
That sounds about right. That sounds about the Lalafells I know, is that most of them are like, it's fun, or we're gonna be little shitters and it's gonna really throw the story out of whack. Alright, nothing there. Yeah, that thing. Like, they do that with like other Lalafells or something like that, and they all go, wah!
I will say there's only 3 types of Lalafells to me. One is they're insanely good at the game without even trying. 2, they become menace gremlins. And 3, we don't talk about the third one because those ones use certain magic tools, to do illicit acts.
Yeah.
Those ones I will punch.
What the fuck do I not have?
Because 90% of the time, it's the ones you can probably guess what they do with.
Yeah. We'll not go any further. Also, hi there, Valkyrie
Yeah.
Nixia. Welcome to the stream. The Final Fanta and the Sea. Yes, the Final Fanta and the Sea. Where in the world is Velk? Messages offline. Where's Velk? Velk.
You could
Velk.
You had a Final Fantasy chat in your server, right?
I used to. My Discord, I'm gonna be real with you. Yes, I have a Discord, by the way, chat. My Discord isn't, like, really active, so, like, I've actually, like, toned down the number of chats that are actually in there. I used to have, like, a section that was just all about, like, gaming channels and what have you, but there was, like, no usage to it, because I don't engage in my own server very often, so it's kind of hard trying to create an active server if you yourself are not active in there. So I've sort of been, like, toning it down over time, so it's like, it has my essentials, and I've kept some of the chat channels such as art, pets, memes, and video games, because I will normally drop something in there, and then sometimes people drop memes in there, which is nice. Also, I got your meme, the video from Benny G, which was nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, feel free to kick me if you need another spot for your normal gang. Oh, no, absolutely not, Twixie. Because, fact of the matter is, I'm going into a trial. That is the next thing I need to do. I need to confront Sphene in, Itherphos, or Interpulse, or whatever the fuck it's called.
Interfos, yeah.
So that's like
Interpulse
8
or something.
peeps. That's, you know, two tanks, two healers, and 4 DPSs. I'm just checking in with the regular crew, because I was playing, so me, Orin, then there was a Velkarak who joined us as our second tank, and then Sashera came on for heals and such like that. We went together as a whatsamahoozies for the dungeon prior, and we had a lot of fun, and told them about, like, hey, we'll come back in, like, a few thingamadiggies. You skipped my adventurer play? Gasp, how could you? I can't view it from... Hang on a second. Where's my friends list? Friends list, there we go. So Horns is at the top there. No.
Would you like me to, like, add, like, Velk in them in your server to see if they're able to join?
I've sent them a direct message. Just clogged
okay,
myself
then.
out of bed. Let me get some water and log on. What do you mean out of bed? It's the afternoon, Sash. You're in Perth. You're not in an entirely different country. Like, Orin went to bed. I hope you did. You did go to bed and get some sleep after that, right?
I plead the fifth.
Orin, at least, was like, you know, when we last talked to them, it was like 2 in the morning and such. That one makes sense. You, Sash, you were like, what? It was like barely hitting the afternoon, and you went for a sleep, not a nap. A nap you can do on a couch. You went for a sleep. Oh god, you got a lot of people in there. Yes, I do, and a lot of these people I don't actually play with. There's some people here where it's like, oh, they're just randomly added and what have you. So here comes the fun thing of me trying to find your name across the field of, like, I've got like 4 of these are just because of Savage. Oh, you didn't sleep? Shay Kala is the one. Oh, there we go. Unable to display adventure plate. They're in another data center. It couldn't be loaded. So yeah, so I don't have... Because right now I'm over in Materia Ravana rather than in one of the normal, like, otherwise normal places that I'm in and what have you. So... Also, when did we get a campfire?
I put it there a while ago.
How? Is that like an emote or something?
It's a minion, actually.
What? You can just have a fucking minion on the... Ow, no! Twixie! She's on fucking fire! The Void data center. Yes, Void.
Also, speaking of friends lists, I need to clean out mines. I'm nearing the max limit, and I'm just like, I don't know,
There's a
like
max?
50% of these people. Yeah, the max limit is 200.
Oh. Okay, maybe I need to go through my list at one point and find when they're like, you know, when I'm playing and such, and just sort of be like, yeet. Here and there. Yeah, it's kind of
Yeah,
cool that it's a campfire.
what other
I've
minions
got...
do I have?
Let's see.
Hold on, I get some time to just do it.
Got the fun little minion of light. Where is... This one's the minion guide. Where is the minion guide?
I actually got a really rare minion recently, if you want to see them.
Ooh, a rare minion, you say?
Look at him.
Oh my
Hey,
god, Malul he's fucking tiny!
he runs after you.
What? Oh my god. He's also like... Oh my god, he's dressed up for Christmas as well right now with his red and green. Like, I know we're in November, but we don't have any holidays in Australia that go off in November to be a buffer. The minute it get... I had people in October setting up Christmas decorations. It was scary.
Oh no, that stuff happens over here in September.
No, that's... the Halloween is a barrier. You need...
It's mainly in their defense. It's mainly because a lot of people over here do emigrate to other countries like Australia and America, Canada, and whatnot, and they're just planning for big family things in advance. Like usually, there's like a lot of people at people's houses. It used to be the case for my family for a long ass time. We would have like nearly 20, 30 people here.
Sorry, you have... Why does Twixie have a little cushion?
Yeah, it's a pillow minion.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello, Shoto. Welcome to the stream. What in the... What? Where are you getting these like weird fucking minions that are just like, oh yeah, here's a pillow?
I mean, I could get you a bunch of them if you want.
Nah,
You kind of make them as crafters.
Okay, if it's a crafters thing, I'll get through it like through the menu or something. I know you can get... I know I was like gifted a bed a while ago, but I want to try and like progress until I can get to like the chair or what have you.
Fair enough. I get ya.
I'm just like going through my... Oh. Yeah, then there's GrantZeebs.
I also have this lad who makes a lot of people that like Rothgars get upset.
Beloved. Ah, Runa. The French-speaking Runa. Just...
Kind of wish I knew people more with the Y'shtola minion, because they actually emote together.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me see. Do I have Gaia? Estelle, Rin...
I think it's a very specific Y'shtola. I'm not sure which one it is.
It would
Pretty sure it's like the Shadowbringers one.
Yeah, it would most likely be that one, which I don't have. Ren, Chloe, Zoe, Hian... Oh, Estinian. There we go. Hey, there's Sashara. There she is. Getting all posted up. This makes no sense, if you don't mind. He just doesn't know it yet. Yeah, not to worry. Not to worry. It's the store Y'shtola? Ah, okay.
Ah, it's store only. I got this one in the art book.
You know what I really wish was a thing? But because of the most recent practice of them just, you know, making it where it's like after a year or two they're putting in the store and I imagine it won't happen. I would love for, you know how we had like the All Saints Wake and such? I really wish you can like go through like a quest line or something like that to get older All Saints stuff. Like not like a purchase thingy-majiggy, because I feel like, you know, with some people they will just have all the money in the world to do that very easily. But same as how we have a quest line for the existing All Saints Wake, it would be nice to go through the earlier ones Sashera has like one of the emotes that I absolutely love, which is just her like being a fucking gremlin, just being like, eh, eh.
Oh yeah, I have that one too.
Yeah,
I would like that too, honestly.
It's like, yeah,
But
that
for
one.
some reason, you just have to wait,
Ugh.
and I don't know why that is.
Why do I imagine? Oh,
Surdragonks88 paid me to say crash parts like a glove.
all of you just doing your fucking ghoul impressions to me. Jesus Christ.
So I already know, I think.
Alrighty. It doesn't. I don't know if Velk is gonna come online, honestly. Doesn't look it. So I'm gonna get the search started. So, because it's a level 100. Hopefully, because we're doing it in the evening, it's gonna be. Oh my god, it's 13 minutes. Why is it 13 minutes? It was like that in the morning. It's like that in the evening.
It's probably because we have a lot of DPS, and Materia is not too populated of a data center.
Yeah. Alright, hang on a second. Function, bam. There we go. They're being fucking ghouls. Look at them. There we go. Wait, this is your husband? Oh, this room? Wait, where's the husband?
The minion.
Oh, okay. I thought Twixie was talking about like an actual husband. They were just like, because like Sash has. Oh, Sash. What about Dano? Would Dano like to join?
Oh, would Cap be able to join? Maybe.
Who? Cap?
Cap.
Oh, yeah. No, I think Cap should be able to join. I'm pretty sure Cap's finished. Hang on a second. Let me just.
Also, as a heads up to people currently on stream, if you have a Final Fantasy account that's currently not active for a while, you can currently log in for free for about 196 hours till the 4th.
Sweet.
Yeah, so if you were actually wanting to join in, you could just join in now. Just temporarily.
So.
Well, we actually got a DPS already, which is not too bad.
Yeah. 1 down, 3 to go.
True.
Oh no, Dano's at work. Darn. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I'm not crazy, right? Like, this shouldn't be such a difficult one to look for. Like, everyone's, like, hitting the 90. Like...
It shouldn't. It's just literally the data center, sadly. Materia is still just not that packed for it to pop. Like, you are very used to Crystal Goblin, which is a heavily, constantly congested data center. Like, that has been like that since I started playing in 2018.
Yep. Okay. I don't know, it just... I thought it would slightly improve because, one, it was congesting when I was trying to get in here in the first place, but then two, ever since the data travel makes it so that, like, everyone can get to Materia, but no one can get out of Materia, I just thought it would be a case of you would end up with, like, more people coming here, like, temporarily. I don't know. Recently moved from North America to EU data centers, and man, did I miss the game being smooth. Oh, goodness.
You had the game being smooth? I don't even know what that feels like.
Me and Sashera are Australian, like, you know, consumers. So hearing games that are under like 100 milliseconds is like unheard of more often than not. Even here, even Materia, we get like an 80 millisecond ping or something like that. So we don't get like sub 50. And I've heard people being in North America that are like, I don't like it when I'm, you know, above 30 milliseconds. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's impossible.
Actually, the thing that made me be aghast was I actually started playing Wild Assault again whenever the little demo came out for a while. And it showed how much ping I had, and I'd never seen me having below 50 ping before. And I was just like, oh, this is why I'm goated at this game. Because I'm getting headshots every single second.
It's, oh, we lost our DPS. I'm gonna do what Velk recommended, like, when I was last on, and I'm gonna get a party finder started.
Yeah, that could work.
So... Oh, look, first time completion for MS. Ah, damn it, they only need a... Alright.
Yeah, you can just do another one, sure, it's fine.
Yeah, duty completion, first time...
Just say first time completion for MSQ as well.
Yep.
Usually people help like that.
Yeah. No. Hopefully...
Wait, Phoenix is on. What's he doing currently?
Who?
Oh no, he's doing T. It's a friend of mine's. Well, mutual rather. He also is streaming right now. He plays Final Fantasy XIV on NA and EU and everywhere actually. He's from Australia. He does all the like high-end stuff. Sleepy Phoenix.
Can you... Sleepy Phoenix, okay.
Yeah, he's a pretty chill guy. But I think he's doing a he's doing progging on an ultimate right now, so I don't think he's going to be doing it. Because I was going to message him on stream, be like, hey, want to help somebody clear MSQ?
Found him. Ah, okay. Alright, I'll hold him onto the side there. Jason's just getting quinter, so we'll leave my stance off for a bit so you can main tank. So enjoy having all the shit thrown at you. Oh, joy! Thankfully, I'm playing as my comfort class, the warrior. It won't... I swear it won't give a panic to Sashera. Also, Sashera, if you would... If you're welcome to join into the DC with Davey and me, because I love your commentary, and your reaction to like some of the shit that happens is just so funny. So like, yeah. So, right. Hopefully we find people. Ding dong.
If worst case scenario comes down to it and we can't find folk, I'll just try messaging other servers that I know that have people
No.
that would be available essentially.
Fair enough, fair enough. So I clicked on the recruit thing, so it's like we're going off in the data center, like it's going all like we're technically at the top here because and then someone named Potato is trying to do Warcore Lardor. Call on for some experience, don't forget Erring and food for more. That might be a nice one to join after the fact.
Oh yeah, you haven't done a Glide yet, have you?
No! I haven't done any of the Endwalker stuff, so that's probably gonna be something to do after Dawntrail once I get through that MSQ. For the first time, after playing this for 3 years and telling myself when I first started, yeah, I can get done from like A Realm Reborn to Shadowbringers in 6 months. I'll catch up.
Oh, we got a DPS.
Hey, nice. Because that's all we're missing right now. I wonder if it's because, like, all we're looking for are DPSs. Can't select him. Yes. And here you are, Queen Kaiju Pixel, you big thick dog mommy, just watching all these nerds. Oh my god, Dan Yeager? I almost thought it was Aaron Yeager for some reason. It's just like, Dan Yeager? Oh, dare. Mommy.
Oh no, we got 2 dragoons.
Two good. It would be. What is the likelihood of like 4? Hey, we got a red mage though, so we're thankfully gonna have someone who's gonna help us with like reses.
Oh, we got full party.
Nice.
A Reaper, 2 Dragoons, and a Red Mage.
Yeah. So 3 melee DPSs, a range DPS, and then we got our 2 healers and. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Before I need to update my character settings. Where is the thingy madingy?
Oh, no. That's just Pokeballing.
What? Oh no, shit. I need to find the thingy madingy about the effects. Here it is, graphical. I need to make it so. Is it motion physics I need to turn down? Or is it something else?
Chocolate milk!
Hi, Sash.
Hey, Sash.
Hi. I wouldn't worry about the Pokeballing. It'll come back in a minute.
Alright.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, when I switch audio devices, Final Fantasy XIV likes to crash.
Okay. Quick question. What's the thing I need to, like, turn off so I don't have, like, you know, flashbangs of all the effects? Is it the movement physics, or is it
it'll
something?
be in character settings.
The movement, not movement physics. Is it the movement physics? I'm not too sure.
So character config, control settings, in the top tab you're looking for character, and down the bottom is battle effects.
Oh, character, yep. Display, alright. Show limited. Show limited. There we go. Oh yeah, I can do a, ready check. There we go. Hope! Where'd you go, Hope?
They could be handing in, like, a Beast Tribe or something, maybe.
Yes, we're doing the final boss, Yun Samakura. Hopefully the Red Mage is gonna be, you know... Do I mention that I'm streaming?
Not too sure.
Okay.
These guys, yeah.
Alrighty. We can wait a little further, could be bio or something. Yeah, could be bio. Actually, color me curious. Do you guys see, like, Erinville or the thingy-madiggy to go into the what's-a-who's-its?
Nope.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so that's a uniquely me thing. Oh, everyone has their fast mounts, do they? The fuck is Sashera riding?
Fine, hop on if you want. Oh wait, I don't know if you can because we're not in a party.
No, we're in a party. It's a cross-world party, though, so...
Yeah, so I don't think you could hop in on the mount.
Nah. Doesn't give me the option to. Doesn't give me, like, a thingy-majiggy to hop on. But yeah, Hope was, like, right there with their, you know, O/. So, yeah, it could be bio. Grant is doing the other, so I appreciate you helping out. We can wait a little for or something. Just saw the note. Wish you luck. Oh, thank you, Velk. Sorry that I, like, you know, didn't wait longer. I threw us into a party thingamadiggy. But yeah, I got Erinville Reek here. Oh my god, that is fucking tiny. Oh, look at it. Look at that. What the fuck is that? It looks like a what's-a-mahoozy, like, you know the Digimon before Agumon? Tokomon?
The
Or
Koromon.
Koromon. Yeah, it looks like a jelly Koromon.
I can see it.
Yeah. Oh. Hope disconnected from the looks of it.
Net issues maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, it says they're offline.
Dog might be able to join still just yet if the Hope's
Maybe.
having a bad internet issue.
Well, if he gets online, then could. Oh, nope, they're back. Welcome back.
You can do another ready check now to see.
Oh, they're viewing a cutscene. What? Why are they viewing a cutscene? What are they doing?
Oh, maybe it's their first time too.
Possibly.
It could be.
All right, let me do a. I'm gonna do another ready check because they're out of the cutscene now.
Yeah.
Still waiting on Hope. Also, so many Order of the Twin Adders. That's ridiculous. Thanks. Sorry, I thought I said I was ready before, but must have misclicked no. Alright, there we go. Now we're ready. Ding. Dong. The interlope. Join. And we shall now commence. Why are you... Okay, now both of you two are in the Koromon jelly.
It's sparkly.
It's sparkly. Oh, so sparkly.
The worlds have been bridged. Be at ease, everyone. Your ether will soon be replenished.
I had to ask.
I will suffer no interference.
Bumblefuck kinda hot. Right after I wrote about the pregnant mechanical Ravana. They're just like, kinda hot. Alright.
As almost like to casually remind you, I'm a healer and I will rescue you.
Alrighty. Also, why are they just like hitting me with like little things? Oh. Where the fuck are we going? I'm guessing over here. Oh, I see. So the green gives us like the little indicators of where they're gonna hit. Oh, shit.
Deploying drone.
Oop. Fuck, fuck, fuck. What did you do?
You're getting chased with AoE! I'm trying to stay in the middle so people can run out and I keep getting chased with AoEs!
Oh, wait.
Yeah, no, because she showed two.
Yeah.
I will show you the world beyond.
Ah! Oh, what the fuck is this?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't like this. What the fuck? Okay, please
I'm
don't.
just gonna go up here. Oh, the EX of this is gonna be hell. I can't wait.
Mm-hmm.
At least I can hit her from, like, anywhere on this. I'm gonna arms length that. I don't want to risk that. Oh, sorry. I was stuck doing my Beyblade. Oh, but because my thingamadiggy has the... I forgot. I forgot that my, what's-my-who's-the inner release gives me a little bit of a free arm's length. That was helpful.
Deploying drone.
Okay. Oh, we got a weirdy one here. Okay, we need to...
I'm in trouble.
Yeah, you need to... Oh! Oh! What?
That's what you meant in trouble by in trouble.
Oh!
I'll get you up in a minute.
It's an instant... Okay. Okay, that I'm gonna be real. That feels a bit cunty.
She's literally sucking life out of you.
But, like... Thank you, Sashera. Alrighty, stick to the left side. Oh, I'm fully healed. Ah, I was gonna use my equilibrium, because it's normally just like a freebie.
Astrology and go burr.
Where the fuck are we? Okay, so we're floating now. And then there's a wall. Due to distance. Gravity increasing, making you fall. There we go. Oh, we can...
Damn it! I went the wrong way.
You did not time that well!
Legitimately, I just I looked over and I was like, wait, I moved too close. I wanted to try the cheese my friend did, who they were just floating on the side for a little bit because of the fucking hitbox to avoid it.
Timing, Orin.
I'll be fine.
You'll be fine. Oh, but like Hope had the same problem. You forgot you were in an Aussie server. There was gonna be a little bit of a delay.
Yeah.
Stay on this side.
Are you still alive? Activating reserve power.
Oh my god. We've only gotten her down to halfway.
Still alive. Still alive. Disengaging.
And now we do absolute authority, and I cry.
What is absolute authority?
Commencing erasure.
I should prepare.
Oh, I used home gang too soon. What the fuck was that? What am I doing?
I'm just gonna take the hit.
System overload. Aborting process.
That's
There we
why we
go.
cry.
Yep.
Okay. But hey, only one of us died. That is a...
That is true. That was pretty good. I'm gonna go right to the...
Oh, you son of a... Alright, hang on. Oh, I didn't have the... I should have saved my Shake It Off for, like, that particular attack. Whatever it was called. Oh, what?
Up sprint if you have it.
Yep. We're gonna need to be, like...
Ow! Oh, come on! Uh-oh.
Oh,
Red mage, please.
Red Mage. Shake it off real quick, and then keep that Red Mage alive. Because I'm gonna be real with you, that Red Mage hasn't had the best time.
Yeah. Alright, the moment I get
You
up.
got a res? Okay.
Come on, come on. There we go.
Dude. I got just.
Round 2.
Alrighty, let me just get my... I'm guessing this one is going to be a little more annoying to do because there's going to be some other nonsense that's going to activate when it does.
Gonna do 3, 2, 1.
And then I'm on the...
There we go.
Absolute authority. 3. Oh,
There we go.
alright. Looks like we got to it in time.
A rift in reality? Has she lost control of the power?
Is Wooklamot with us?
Dean, listen to me.
Oh yeah, she was, but then she got, like, put into a box or some shit and was kicked out.
I understand. I do. And I know that you won't be swayed from your course. But if there's truly no other way to resolve this, then face me. Not as a machine, but as the real you.
Lamachi.
Steve!
Anomaly detected in memory banks. Data of the endless speed partially restored.
This is what I desire, and I will not fail.
Oh, cool. So we just activated her second phase, where it's now emotionally driven. Oh, I can activate my inner Reese.
To lose them, not again.
I feel your pain, as if it were my own.
Oh, there we go.
At
Get out of
last,
there.
I think I know you. All of you.
Oh, this is a
How
banger.
can you say that to me now?
It's over, Steen. We will stop you.
No, I won't let you. I can't.
Why do they make this
I will
such a tight
protect
hole?
My people's happiness.
Leave that burden with us now. We will bear it in your stead.
Activating every fucking ability I have. Did it.
Yay!
Woo! I what? Speed puts her in a kitty jail. Tried to, and then she broke out. I hate the story isn't about the player character and instead Xenos gets all the attention. Oops, you mean Alphino. Oops, you mean Astidian. Oops, you mean Alphino again. Oops, you mean Wooklamat. Look, the character is driving the story, don't get me wrong. And it's not like the center, because let's be real. Silent protagonists are boring fantasy characters, okay? But we can drive the plot because, you know, a good story in video games requires agency. It's almost as if the silent protagonist needs a second focus. Yeah, exactly. This is why I like Dragon Age, is because we get to have a voiced character, and we still get our agency. I've been enjoying the time, and I've only had, like, what, 4 hours into Dragon Age so far? And I
Your
will go
voice
further.
reached me, Lamachi.
Nice.
Is it really you?
No, only in part. My memories as a living person are gone. I've been remade from those I had as an endless. However, I cannot remain long, for the Meso Terminal will soon cease to function. Once, you wanted to know me, Lamachi. Let my last act be to give an...
Oh, yeah, no. What's more is, most recently, Yoshi P has actually, like, come out and said, like, hey, please don't harass my staff.
Above all,
So,
sorry.
it's kind of tragic that it has to have gone to that sort of level where, like, Yoshi P has had to, like, you know,
I am ultimately
ask for that.
against
Because
the inevitable.
historically, he hasn't had to
I
do
want
that.
to do all
It's great that he's done it. I would have liked him if he did it sooner, but
I am,
yeah.
in the end, a pitiful, selfish...
There is criticism that could be put towards Wooklamots and such. Hi there, Kahlua. Look! It's your cat girl! It's Wook... Oh, that's me. That's my Viera. Let me pick a option.
Also, a casual reminder on the Wooklamat stuff. That has been happening since release of the game, actually.
Yep. It has not stopped. I kind
And
of
that
want to
is
be...
about the 7th time Yoshi P has asked this.
Oh, it's the 7th.
Yes, this is not the first time he's asked.
Oh, shit. I want to give her, like, a happy, like, little message, but... Look, here's my problem with Sphene. Like, great character writing and what have you, but here is my, like, you know, personal, like, me injecting into the character why I don't... Like, I wasn't going to support her in, like, trying to genocide a shard for their Aether and shit like that. She only cared about the dead. People who had long since passed away. And her system made it so that even the people in her kingdom that were alive would not know about these dead people. And it just was like, who are you doing this for? Which is why I was hoping that there would be, like, an explanation of, like, oh, Sphene has memories of everyone. It's so, like, even when she's, like, out in the thingy-majiggy, she's not, like, living as Sphene with, like, oh, I gotta protect my subjects living and dead. It's like, no, she has, like, all the memories of the dead people and such. So there's, like, a much more vested interest in keeping them happy and alive rather than just, I am a queen that must serve all my subjects. It's like, no. Please, Sphene, be more responsible with the Aether nonsense. But yeah.
Like, I have my own problems with how the writing progressed, but all of it really boils down to it should have been split in two. You get the first half for the expansion, and then this Sphene arc being post-content, because
Heavy
a lot
agree.
of my issue is just that characters didn't have the time they needed to develop,
Yeah, like, I get that.
and that's it.
Well, I remember we did talk about that in the dungeon this morning, where the first half of the expansion I enjoyed. I loved this, exploring the nation romp we had, and because let's be real, we still have not learned our lessons from Garlemald and shit. The only reason we're on good terms with Garlemald is because there was a Deus Ex Machina of Fan Daniel, fucking up everyone's day and causing a civil war. If it wasn't for Fan Daniel, we would still be having a fight with Garlemald and what have you. Whereas this one, it gave us a continent with we have, different sort of countries, or not countries, but different sort of city-states and what have you. And they all work together, but there's definitely an undertone with one of them at least. And so we were able to get a much we were able to get a
Bye, Cap.
Bye, Cap.
Run.
I thought Cap was done with this. I thought Cap was up to date. But yeah, I loved the first half of the quest line, which was we go to a new nation, we learn more about this sort of country, and it's we get some lessons are a little bit of a repeat, but honestly, I think they were worthy repeat lessons, which were how in the world do you broker peace with someone that is fundamentalist, not on your side, much like how the Mamulja, I think they're called. Yeah, the Mamulja. Because they had, sort of, a bit of an undertone of, a vendetta and such, and that was, it was all, hush undertones, because it was oh, at least they have a blessed son leading the nation, but their city part themselves doesn't get to expand. They're stuck underground, in a way, and they wanted a blessed son to take over the throne as well. They didn't want it given to a Mikote, who had been, doing all kinds of influences and what have you with foreign powers. They didn't want it to the Firstborn, or some of them wanted it to the Firstborn because the Firstborn was war hungry and shit. We had good elements that could have carried the entire expansion, and we almost could have with just Zerul Jah of all people. But yeah, then we had the second half where it was oh wait, we're a multi-shard sort of world. We have to invoke another shard into the thing, especially since we made reference to it in the patch content. What is the value of a soul if the person is still alive, technically speaking? And it's it's definitely not worth the life of another soul. That's the philosophical short end, is that Alexandria, the people that are alive, absolutely, they should try and be alive. I feel that the system of the realm travel merge thing, I think it's fine for them because, they can live side by side cohabitatively with us. Whereas the Endless, their population, there's no population control. It's just going to keep growing. And they need aetherite in a raw, or they need aether in a raw fashion. It doesn't work. So, servicing the dead or servicing the living, it's we're gonna service the living here. So
Right, but then that brings in that secondary context of we went for genocide as the solution to the problem. When you've got technology of memories being stored in data format, why can't you utilize a method of them living in such a way that doesn't require the souls of other people?
Yeah,
surely there's a way to research into that or something.
I reckon maybe because I know they said because if we turn this off we can't turn it back on. I've never say never on that shit. I feel that one's a bit of a foolhardy we're not going to question any further. I reckon there can be, patch content down the line that's going to be how do we turn this on? Because Aaronville might want to see his mom again, or people are, starting to remember dead people, so they want to... Or actually, no, they can't remember dead people, because the system that's managing the dead people, the Endless, was also managing the memories, so there's no way of restoring the memories without the machine. That's why there's probably going to be a revisit later on, is that we're going to have people with, weird gaps in their memory, and we're going to try and find a way to actually pull the memories out. We won't be able to bring back people who are alive, because the memories need a soul or what have you. I think that was the the magic of Alexandria, is that they were able to force memories into souls that weren't our own, which wasn't exactly a problem we had back in Shadowbringers patch content, because we had a body and a soul, and the Grahatia had a means of, you know, moving the soul from like one shard to another, but he didn't really have a way of, you know, preserving the thing because it did like a lot of aetheryte nonsense. I don't know. You are right. There's probably better solutions than just pulling out the life support, but in the extremes, I feel like 9 times out of 10, people are going to pull that life support to preserve living.
Yeah. Also, I was just gonna say, my actual just summary on Dawntrail as a whole is it has pacing issues, but it did the job that it's needing to do. It's opening up the possibility for other storylines.
Yeah. I feel like...
like, this is just the opening chapter to the next, like, 10 years worth of expansions, like A Realm Reborn was. But it just had... And what, like Sash said, the pacing for the end is actually not great at all. They should have just focused on one area and having that unified, and then in the patch, lead that into it. Which is where Alexandria comes into effect.
So basically, so the first 5 levels, which is, you know, us going through the trials and what have you, we get to the end of the patch, which makes, like, we could have maybe had, like, a final battle, like, you know, doing, like, so we move the fight with Zerul Jaw, removing the Alexandria, you know, thing with him.
Yeah.
Put him at the end of the patch.
I would have liked Bakul Jar Jar to be the end point bad guy, because that would have made his redemption shit so much more impactful. But it felt like you get to 94 and he runs off in a thing, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, he wasn't actually the bad guy, even though he did all of this fucked up shit like 5 minutes ago? Question mark?
Honestly, that one's a tricky one, because I'm kind of, like, I'm still fine with Zerul Jaw, like the enemy we got, who's, like, you know, war, power hungry and such, because what we had was, you know, fascist versus, you know, dumb. And having the dumb person, like, having to, like, come to terms with, like, survivor's guilt and, you know, wanting to do better and such, like, I was fine with him, like, sort of earlier on in, like, you know, this halfway point of, like, you know, dropping out of the race or what have you because of failure and choosing not to live in the shadow of his society, especially since of the, you know, high birth, or like, you know, the high mortality rate of the blessed siblings. And still have Zerul Jaw as, like, our final trial boss. Maybe not have the Alexandria shit on him, just have him as a final one where it's like, oh, he's trying to, like, he's, you know, gone around behind the scenes and was able to sort of broker alliances with those that aren't actually interested in the blessed, in, like, you know, the blessed, or like the Tulio.
Have a failed attempt at attacking the city, and then he goes to the Golden City to take what is rightfully his, or what he believes is his, and then comes back with a vengeance. That could have been a good plot twist.
That,
like, it, to me, it would have made a lot more sense if they did a Zerulja fight with no gear at all, and he invaded first, right? And then he instead of being completely defeated, then he flees. Kind of like how the Asians do, typically, in most of the expansions. And then in the patch, you start hearing the fact that there's a giant dome over Halapucha and all that area, on all those areas.
And then
it leads on into the 95 stuff as the patch quests to 100.
Yeah. So first half probably should have gone for longer, and this stuff probably should have been given an entire expansion to bake, personally speaking. All right.
I feel like Oh, go on, Sash.
I was just going to say, it does do a good, you're right, it does do a good job of kind of establishing the storyline. I think the difficulty is more that they had, like, A Realm Reborn has 50 levels to establish the storyline. This had 10.
Yeah.
But you could argue that's every expansion. And as Queen and Davey are mentioning, like, one of the best, like, post-expansion stories was Heaven's Ward. where Heaven's Ward, you had 10 levels where you had to deal with the immediate threat of, you know, the Asians are like, you know, there's like this shit going on with the Dragon Song War that was kind of pushed by the Asians, and the dragons are being influenced by it and such. And then you got your patch content, which is, okay, let's try and broker peace. Meanwhile, like, Estinian is corrupted by Nidhogg and shit, and then it wasn't until we get to the end. And, like, I think that's why Heaven's Ward, like, gets so much, like, praise, is because A Realm Reborn is a lot of missions. There's about the same amount of missions in the patch content as there are in the main A Realm Reborn, so it's, like, very much, you know, too many missions, I feel like, in the patch content.
Fun fact, they actually cut those down by a lot. When I started,
and even then, it's still a lot.
And they're still cutting them down, because I went through it, like, before they released Endwalker, and then once they did release Endwalker, I think I was in, like, I was in Heaven's Ward patch content or something or other at that time, and I learned that there was even more stuff that got cut, and they've also split the, you know, the fight with the Ultima weapon?
Yep.
That got, like, turned
that's been split up.
Yeah, that's been split up, so that got turned into a 4-man trial instead of an 8-man trial.
Gonna be honest, I kind of miss the old way of Praetorium and that, just because I have many fond memories of just doing commissions while doing that, or people just literally dropping watch together links in the party chat with all the people and goes, hey, let's watch videos while we're doing this.
Only exists at a blink of an eye to play out manufactured little pleasant moments. Yeah, that's the other thing as well, Queen, is that we don't get an exploration. Like, I joked about this, but, like, earlier on before we learned about, like, you know, where the Endless are going and such, but where are the orphanages in Alexandria? Where are the medical stations? Where are the, you know, the cemeteries and what have you? And, like, that kind of got answered with Alexandria's thing of, like, oh, people... like, we don't need cemeteries, and we don't really care about medicine, because we'll just throw them into the fucking into being an endless and such. But that still raises the question of, okay, but what happens to children whose parents die who are in the system? Because the children would have no memories of their parents. Like, does that fuck up with their mind because so much of their development is, you know, required to be based off of the memories of their parents? Or are they, like, perfectly functional and they're just, you know, functioning in society, like, totally fine and such? Like, we don't get questions about that. We don't get, like, a deep dive into, oh, the system does these little moments of pleasure and such. It's like, okay, does that mean that the Endless actually have no autonomy whatsoever, and then for Sphene is a victim of a system that has also removed her autonomy despite her is there, like, some AI that's, like, corrupted, and that's why I went with Zerul Jaw, despite the fact it was a very bad fucking... Like, if you can do a negotiation for people's lives over a war, more often than not, you'll go for a negotiation, and it's more successful and less, you know, controversial and shit. But that's a me thing, trying to criticize a high fantasy of, oh, you're trying to, you know, manufacture a whole ton of lives? Have you thought of slavery? But moving on. You carry too many gentle memories. I'm going with that option.
Our nations are worlds apart, but they feel so close. Who knows what we could have accomplished had we walked together towards a shared future. And yet, it could never be so. We each had our own to protect.
If only I had met you when I was still alive, then perhaps. But it's no use dwelling upon a miracle that didn't happen.
Oh yeah, and then also, like, the thought experiment of, like, oh, imagine if there was a machine or a button you could press where you can become exceptional. Whatever it is that you would desire, it will be there. Like, if you wanted to be a doctor, done. If you wanted to know hundreds of languages, done. Everything like that. However, if you did that, you would exist in a world where none of that was exceptional. It was a thought experiment, kind of like the trolley problem or the ship of Theseus.
this of you, but
There wasn't meant to be a correct answer, but
when I'm gone,
fun fact, a lot of people did not want to press that button.
will you?
We'll take care of them. Don't worry.
Also, Kahlua, there's your cat mom.
Neither them nor the time we spent with you. So be free of your burdens, Sphene. And sleep well.
I will. Thank you.
What happens if the system shuts down if our soul is still inside? We kind of need to get out, don't we? Oh hey, the MacGuffin! Why did they give my character a moment of like, oh, I have autonomy, I'm gonna ask a question. I didn't even get to pick a question.
My beloved Alexandria.
Ow. Fucking flashbanged. Oh, cookie for Jason! Welcome back, Jason. How was dinner? Are we gonna get more cutscenes? I'm just gonna snooze this advertisement just in case. So. Put it in my backpack alongside with all of my boiled eggs and useless gear and gristle greens. God, what do you think your adventurer's backpack would smell like with all that stuff?
I don't even want to know.
You have too much food in yours, don't you?
A lot of rocks, actually.
What rocks? What for? Are you talking about materias or rocks?
Like clusters and materia and just
Oh, okay, so just
stuff.
a wide variety. Oh, hey,
Yeah.
the flowers are still here.
That the meso-terminal felt
Yeah, they were never illusions.
Okay.
the endless departed for oblivion's embrace.
A lot of the flora and fauna
Their
stuff
resplendent
persists because
paradise
it's
was no more.
like
Hmm.
intended as a
The memory sustaining
preservation
it
reserve,
faded
and then they
with
added the
golden
whole
light.
technological memory stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Even so, in a way, they live on.
I need to close a window. Your backpack is filled with cooking ingredients. You can't imagine they're still fresh.
This I felt with conviction
No, so the ninth,
of a new dawn.
this is either the ninth or one of the fourth, but the point is that this world was, like, they somehow bubbled them. So similar to the first, how it, like, you know, stopped having the calamity hit them and they just had to deal with long-term solution problems. This one had the same sort of deal where they used the electrope to give themselves like a barrier or some sort of bubble so they didn't get involved in the calamity. And because this is all electrical base, I feel like it's the shard that is responsible for, you know, getting the lightning aether. Anyway, I gotta close a door. was already closed. Alexandria is the only habitable place. Yeah, I'm in the same conclusion there.
May have affected other reflections.
Kind of begs the question, though, if
Spoke of the power's capacity for both good
most
and
of the shard
evil.
is
Cannot help but wonder how
destroyed by
strange
lightning,
deeds will be remembered by
how
those
has
who
it
pass.
not rejoined the source yet?
No, well, it would have, wouldn't it? Because we have Lightning Aether in the source now.
We did have a Calamity of Lightning, yes, but that would have completely destroyed the shard.
No, but it would have destroyed the world. Like, yeah, it would have destroyed the shard, but Alexandria, as far as I know, somehow escaped the shard's destruction.
But then how did we travel through a portal to
By
Alexandria?
order of Vau Kona, the Sky Deep Cenote was placed under the strict watch of the Landsguard.
Like, it could be a case of the rejoining was never completed, same as the first.
Yeah,
With the mighty Bakuja
that's what I was thinking. It was never fully completed because they found a fix, a very temporary fix, using souls to help people
Yeah.
still live lives.
So. Yeah, actually, yeah, that could be it.
Also, I really can't wait for Y'shtola to have a field day with that portal.
Just gonna try and have it open into an entirely... You know what? That's gonna be probably one of the expansions, is Y'shtola tried to fuck with technology when she's a magic user.
Devoted herself to sparing them sorrow.
Well, no, her whole thing was that she is wanting to master interdimensional rift travel.
With Wuklamat
So this will
carrying
lead
on
into that, I feel like.
I have faith that her subjects will
Yep.
know joy once more.
But no, I could totally imagine her, like, opening up a rift or something like that, you know, aiming for the... Because here's the thing, we still don't have a good means of, like, picking and choosing where we go.
Ulja had succeeded his father as king, was greeted with
Like, the only reason we got to the first was because someone from the first dragged us from the source, which I feel like is a very obvious location, because, you know, the source is in the center and the shards are, like, scattered around and such. Meanwhile, our visits to the Unsundered were because of the weird fucking memory things from,
the people
uh,
to learn that Everkeep systems remain
I
operational,
forgot his name.
and there would be no impact on their lives.
Oh, wait, no.
Rahatia?
No, not Grahatia. Because, Grahatia, like, you know, from future, what have you, got us into the first. It's the Asian that's stuck in the Crystal Tower.
Decide for himself.
Oh,
Was
Elidibus.
out of
Yeah,
ruler.
Elidibus. So Elidibus got us to a point in the Unsundered world prior to the Calamity, which, I'm gonna be real, that's fucking weird how we have time travel of that level. Spoilers, sorry, Code.
These guys are in very modern outfits. Yeah, you might not should be watching Code right now.
Probably not a great idea when we start talking about, like, you know, things that are happening immediately within the campaign. I'm sorry. So. Oh, hey, the bird
Oh
thing!
no.
Meanwhile, in Tuliyola, the people came together to hail their new Dawn servants' great victory.
Oh, food.
Having honored those they lost, they turned their attention to a brighter future.
Also, this song is so good.
3 days and nights.
It's pretty good.
Oh, right, they're doing Chaotic Alliance raids. I forgot about that.
Who is?
That's coming out in
Okay.
patch 7.1. It's gonna be great.
24th of December, according to... I'm looking at the breakdown from the live letter.
Ah.
No,
Oh
I'm
my
afraid
god,
he
they're
looks good,
recreating the
Oh,
fucking trailer! They're recreating the trailer!
Yeah.
Yeah, because, like, she got the thingamadiggy from the trader. Grahatia was about to eat the thing, but obviously they've done a slight alteration. Krill is doing exploration.
Oh, ad happened for people.
What happened for people? Oh, the ad. Sorry. Estidian dealing with fucking children.
Zash, can you not wait for the Chaotic Alliance raids and doing E9S mechanics with 24 people?
I have no clue what you're talking about. I still need to go through normal raids. I can't do like
Well-
chaotic or whatever.
30 years in the dome.
So, Grant,
Resume their former lives.
Alliance raids being like 24-man content, right?
Yes.
So they're basically taking the Cloud of Darkness from the, what is it, Crystal Tower,
Yep.
and making that a extreme version, what they're calling chaotic.
Oh.
Yeah. And it's showing mechanics from Savages we had in Shadowbringers.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't even remember the mechanics from Cloud of Darkness, to be real with you.
As the new Dawn servants continue to lead with strength and wisdom, the people may be assured
Are you gonna play another
peace
game or
will
raid?
endure.
Also, yay, more Hildebrand.
Oh yeah, true.
Yep, that'll come
Actually, did you see the weapons that are coming out from the design contest?
up. Oh,
There's another design contest?
I think I know the one. I think I know one of them you're talking about. Is it the blahage for the monk?
That is one of them. I'll put them in Zipa streaming.
Am I gonna play
Here's
another
an
game or
immigrant link
raid?
of all the ones that are coming for you, Sash.
I have other things within the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial allowing you to play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the Heaven's Ward expansion and Stormblood expansion up to level 70 with no restriction on playtime. There's other things I can do in here. Also, where is my...
Oh my god, they gave rogues a knife. Wait, is that rogue or viper that they gave a knife and a fork?
Rogue, but Rogue, Viper, and Sage are getting those, by the way.
Bullnook.
Yay, everyone gets cutlery weapons.
I really want that Reaper weapon, though.
Oh, but the little snow globe for Astro.
It is very
Wait,
cute.
that's so
Didn't really
cute.
explore a lot of the north.
I really want the Dancer Glam as well.
I'm sorry, we haven't been able to talk properly.
Why is
Oh,
Machinist is
between the
just a
reconstruction
bouquet
and
of
Paul's
roses?
funeral, I've hardly had time to breathe.
Oh, it's a joke from like those noir films where people
Oh.
would come out with a bouquet and there's a gun hidden in them.
Oh, like Terminator
Oh
2.
my god.
Yeah, literally, there's gonna be a gun like that for Machinist.
You've done more for us.
I love
Ever
the
hoped to
Dragoon's weapon is just a fucking cat toy.
Yeah.
When we left the
Just okay.
Alright, so
Could have predicted what complications-
where would I see the
You truly
hang on.
have a knack for finding
new
I
weapons
sent in-
FF14?
Oh no, I sent an immigrant link for you. You can use in Zipa streaming.
Ah, nice. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, it shows all the ones that they announced that are coming into the game.
Assuming
for
you're
the
still
coming
sad,
patches.
leaving the gleaners
I
left
want the
behind.
Sabatender mount.
Same.
I'm off to
It's,
fulfill
it's
my
the
mother's
big
dream,
chunky
of
boy.
course. Like
I already
she
have the
did
skinny
in
boy. I need the chunky one now.
Journey and
we need the
search for
chunky boy.
She's sure to enjoy my stories.
Alright, I'm
when we
gonna
meet
minimize
again
this
in
real
the
quick
Sea.
while there's still cutscenes.
Well, well,
Also,
sounds
yay,
like a plan.
Future's rewritten Ultimate. No.
Future's rewritten?
Longer be a gleaner.
What's the matter?
Contacts in
that's-
Charlie.
If you want to do Ultimate Lights Rampant, you go and be my guest.
I know Velg
Yes,
wants...
I do.
I know
Ultimate
Velg wants me to
Rampant.
do, like, some of the ultimate stuff. They're
I want to do
kind
it
of
too.
rearing for me to, like, actually get into some of the, like, you know, proper side things. So rather than it just being a case of, oh, you gotta quickly do these other raids and, oh, might as well do this Savage. Don't worry, we'll do it unsynced. There's now a thing of, like, hey,
Take up a post.
you ready for some
We can
Savage?
do it on content.
Know
We
you
can-
well enough.
Mhm.
We can do it on patch.
No more than you can ignore the plight of those in
So,
need.
but
If you're doing ultimates, I'll join you, Grant.
and you'll continue.
Wait, the gear set that they're doing for, I think that's the gear set that they're doing for
An adventure
the
to
Cloud of
the marrow,
Darkness
you are.
Chaotic.
What
Is
exactly
thick as
that spurs
fuck.
you on?
Yeah.
Like, it's very demonic themed gear, and I'm here for it. Also the mount.
All the sights I've
There's
yet
like
to
2
see.
months you get from there, actually.
There's two, oh my god. Game, please.
I do need to think of a better attire look for my warrior, quite frankly, though. And I have so much patch to go through. Although I do need to go through Vanguard a few more times, because I still don't have the helmet and the arms for the Vanguard.
That's what you use it as an excuse to, like, level up alt jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
Yes, I see it, Yun Samara. I see the, oh my gosh, Sven's crown. Something that was made special, that was not like the normal Beyblade thingy-majiggy sitting on the... Also, there's a bug trying to get my LED light. Hang on.
Alright, we can go to Taliyah, meet him.
Listen,
Fuck, I
Emmett
lost sight of it.
Silk is a blessing.
It's-
You're a beautiful person.
look.
We love him.
I know I'm not... I know I'm kind of alone on this one. I want Xenos to go through a Vegeta arc with us.
But he's dead, Grant.
We don't know
He's
that. He's just
He's
just at
dead.
the end of the world. Like we don't know
No,
that.
he's dead, and I
Well, the end
killed
of the
him.
fucking universe, he's dead.
Maybe we'll get like a Xenos from like a similar shard
No,
or
he's
some
dead now.
shit.
No, he's dead now. let him sleep.
Let him
My headcanon is my character burned his body before he left.
He left his corpse at the end.
Oh
of
yeah,
the
Code, I've seen the
fucking stand
MTG
with-
card.
yeah,
Ellie
he's
sent
dead.
it to me, and I was like, "Hello."
Oh yeah, Magic the Gathering is doing a crossover with Final Fantasy next year in February, I think. I told myself I was gonna get like the Lord of the
card art
Rings
is hot.
stuff, but I had no money for that. I imagine I'm gonna have no money for the Final Fantasy stuff, and it's unfortunate because Lord of the Ring has some actual like good heavy cards in it, like the Mirkwood Bats or the One Ring. So I imagine FF14, like the Final Fantasy crossover, is gonna have just about the same sort of like they're gonna put some real fucking like powerhouses in there. Well,
I will say there is some issues with some of those cards for Final Fantasy. The Sephiroth one, apparently, the artist that did it used AI to help with it.
oh fuck that.
Yeah, a lot of people kept pointing it out, where like some of this looks off compared to the other pieces.
Aren't most of the MTG crossovers just reskins of existing cards or flat out joke cards? Okay, previously, before Secret Lair did it with The Walking Dead, most crossover cards with MTG were joke cards or just just reprints that are either obviously so for example the Godzilla cards were like, oh, these are existing cards from Ikora, but you can get one that just says Godzilla or something like that, but really it's this beast from Ikora. They started doing unique ones during Transformers, The Walking Dead, Warhammer. Those started being functionally unique, like mechanically unique, and that's what got people in a hubbub over Secret Lair at a point, because there were cards like Rick and Glenn that were actually good mechanically, but there was no mechanically similar card in normal, draft and other sets. So most recently, the Universes Beyond has done their thing of oh, it's not limited to Secret Lair, it's meant to be in more places, but that one's kind of a half-hearted one because MTG has also reduced the amount of language translation packs that they're releasing as well. They used to have a half a dozen or something, but now there's 3, and that's it. So yeah, and what's more is they also have a Marvel one that's going to be coming out, and Captain America has a mechanically unique one as well. Universes Beyond is starting to create, like, you know, mechanically unique cards. Like, the One Ring is a good example of a mechanically unique card as well. Like, you're not going to find a similar card. And these are all legal in standard, modern, commander, or whatever format, depending on the time of recording. Well, as much as I'd love to keep chatting, I need to get going. Still a heap of things to do, and it wouldn't do to leave it all to Koana. By the way, did Gulul Jha decide to remain in Solution 9? He did. I said that he can consider Tuliol his home, but he's more comfortable over there. Shale keeps an eye on him for us. But we'll visit him as often as we can. He still needs our support, especially while he's agonizing over his inherited authority. Though I told him he needn't make a decision right away. We can't postpone it forever, though. I'll do whatever I can to help Gulul Jha, as well as everyone inside the dome. I promise as much to Sveen. For my part, I'll be keeping to Tural for a while. Among other things, I'd like to look into the problem with the wildlife in Shaloni. So if you get the urge, Grant, let's go on another adventure together. There's still plenty of places I would like to show you. Now that sounds like fun. If you ever have need of me, I'll come running. Oh, and before I forget, I have a gift for you. Can you guess what it is? An alpaca. Nice. I now have an alpaca, chat. Also, is there some way for me to, like, change this, No, there isn't. I thought I could, like, change it from a cross-world party to just a normal party, but doesn't look like there's a thing to do that just yet.
We're nearby, if you want to add us to the party afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Oh my... Why is there so many... Is Solution 9 still gonna look like a mess, or is it, you know, gonna kind of be repaired and such? Because when I last went in there, it was like, oh, it's a little bit war-torn. Oh my god, people are depressed.
I think it does fix itself up.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
Fellow citizens of Alexandria, ever since our beloved queen's passing, you have understandably a bit in grief. Sorrow darkens your once bright faces. But is that what Her Majesty would have wished to see? No, most assuredly not. You know this to be true. If we are to honor her memory, we must reclaim our smiles. To that end. Oh my god, they're booting up the Ryzen, like, 3090. Sorry, the RTX 3090. Look at this fucking tower.
I still remember when my friends first saw this at the end of Dawntrail. He literally just said, "Oh my god, guys, we're getting Unreal graphics now."
I'm sorry, that's a fucked up mustache. I'm sorry. Lalafell, like, maybe this is just an FF14 thing, but they can't do mustaches well. That's right, friends. After a long hiatus, I am pleased to announce the grand reopening of the Arcadian. The realm's finest fighter standing ready to entertain you in glorious and thrilling combat. Come and join us, I bid you, and let your cares be forgotten. Timmy Turner, my name is Doug Dimmadale, the Dimdale Dimmidome. Fucking awesome. That is definitely going to be on my to-do list. Another... Ooh. As skies aflame proclaim night's night, and thoughts unto adventure to... Too fast. Why'd you do that? Why does this game do that? Why do they do, like, the fucking long thingy-majiggy and they don't give me time to read it in the cool voice? Oh my god, the Wandering Mistral has things for me already? Alright, hang on.
Yeah.
Disband the thingy-majiggies.
Also, how does it feel for finally being able to see to be
Also,
continued up there?
I'm sorry, are they just making the Wandering Mistral into the Viper outfit, despite the fact he is clearly a bard?
No, why not?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry that they just fucking smashed the Viper outfit on his model. Cool. My word, is that you, Grant? I am overjoyed that fate. Blah 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 blah. Yep, cool, awesome. Wait, why is it still blue? Here, come to share a heroic rim. Yes. Tell him about Valigarmonda. Yoshi P can be anything he wants. Cool. What have you brought for me today? You did battle with blah 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 blah. Skip this. Sorry, it's not important to me. But yeah, look, all of you. Also, I'm still looking at fucking the all caps text from Queen Kaiju Pixel saying Xenos is dead. We do know. I still want like Xenos or like maybe a shard equivalent of him joining up with us, like Vegeta style. I'd love that.
Well, you love that. That Tumblr sexy man's dead, and I'm happy.
Who is the new Tumblr sexy man? Have we got a vote yet?
For Dawntrail?
Tumblr sexy man. Hang on a second. It looks like the contender for Tumblr sexy man. Let's see. Bill Cipher? No, hang on. I need like a I need like an up-to-date one cuz like there's a cycle to this thing. There is a cycle to like the Tumblr sexy man. There's like a cycle to this thing.
I'm pretty sure Bakul Jaja is the current Tumblr sexy man for 14.
Yeah, no, he's currently the sexy man for 14, but he's not the Tumblr sexy man. I can imagine Xenos being the Tumblr sexy man. Nah, it looks like added 3 years ago, updated a year ago. Oh, Jesus, that's an old meme. Ding dong, skip this. Aaronville. Nah, I don't think Aaronville feels like, you know, just an asexual king. I'm glad for him. I don't need him to be like a. No, actually no, he can be Tumblr sexy man even if he's asexual, can't he? Also, who the fuck?
Yeah, it just means what people find him appealing.
Dun, 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 dun.
Quests around here are typically job role quests, if you're wondering.
Yeah, those ones around there, which I'm not close to. But then I've got the hunt and something called It Belongs in a Museum.
Oh, that's one of the optional, what do you call it? Dungeons, I think?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely put that in my to-do list. Ding. Enemy. Oh, you know what's something I need to remember to do? I needed to check my the jumbo cack pot. I can't do that from.
It doesn't set until Sunday.
Oh,
in
Sunday?
NA. Yeah.
Oh. Hi there, Prince. Welcome to the stream. There's 2 dungeons.
Unless you haven't checked this week's one, that is.
Yeah, no, I don't think I feel like I did earlier. Speak with Napivaki. I'm just gonna pick up these blue checkmark quests while I can. Sorry, I just don't like seeing blue. I also need to go through the living memory and pick up all that shit again. Although those ones I do want to.
Prince_Stolas666 paid me to say I got a question for you. Do you like Brussels sprouts?
I could care less about Brussels sprouts, to be real with you. It's not in my to-do list of like, oh, I need to consume this thing, or I love to consume it. But I don't hate it either. It's just, you know, it's a leafy chicken nugget. If you had to think of chicken nugget as a vegan option, it's a Brussels sprout. Damn, I really hope there's like a snake. He normally like pops up there, doesn't he? The sand nest thing. Or despise. Understandable, Prince. Yeah. I've not eaten food for like weeks now. Well, no, that's not true. I did have like a garden salad with some beetroot and what have you on a Tuesday, but every other meal has been a shake for me, so I hate them as much as you do. Here's the thing, as I mentioned earlier, I didn't hate them as much as you do. I am indifferent to them is the key. Alright, so we got Tender Valley, so we can do that. I need to head off to Solution 9. Excuse me. Imagine... I'm trying to think of the best way to, like, describe... Because the only time I've had Brussels sprouts was when it was, like, roasted. And the thing is that a lot of, like, greens, when they're roasted, do not taste the same as when they're, like, you know, raw, for instance. So, because I know some people can eat Brussels sprouts, like, steamed or what have you. The way I would just, like, the Brussels sprouts that I had when they were, like, cooked... I'm trying to think of the best way to describe them. I don't have a good way to describe them. Do you two have a good way to describe them?
Prince_Stolas
Not really.
666 paid me to say I have a little bit of news. So,
Yeah, no,
I had a
same.
bag of turtle chips and the flavor with
Not
sweet
really common
corn, but
dishes
it
over
had
here,
a warning
honestly.
saying, consuming this product can expose you to chemicals including acrylamide, which is known to the state of California to cause cancer.
There's a lot of things that can cause cancer, Prince Stolas, I'm sorry to say as well. You're gonna have a very hard time, unless you go to, like, a vegan route, you're not gonna have an easy time finding foods that will not cause cancer because of the introduction of chemicals and what have you. No sugar, like the additives we get, there's the bug again. Gotcha.
Also, Prince, I don't mean to be that guy, but there's a lot of things in the US that have a scary amount of ingredients compared to any other country on the planet.
Oh yeah, that too as well. The United States, I don't know what it is about the United States, considering they have such a huge amount of, like, you know, agriculture with them and such, but so much of it is just exported or turned into, like, animal feed. It's very little of it is actually utilized in, you know, human foods and what have you. It's just not profitable for whatever. Your turtle chips were from Korea. Yeah. But again, you said potato chips, so they're gonna be chemical as fuck. Or not turtle chips, sorry, which drops into my mind as potato chips of some fashion, which, yeah.
I like turtle chips too much. I'm sorry. I'm still gonna eat them. I don't give a shit.
No, fair enough. Here's the thing. All the no sugar alternative beverages, they put a chemical in them to make them sugar, like, quote unquote sugary without actually using sugar. That will also have a potentiality of causing cancer. But all of these things are in the same level of danger as you having your mobile phone increases your cancer. We've just lived with this now. It's not a case of like, oh, it is like, you know, gonna do a level of like getting x-rays and what have you. It's just one of those things of like, yes, you are increasing your chances and what have you. But the fact of the matter is that living in the modern day right now, many things are going to be increasing your chances. The only way you can get away from it is if you like go out into the sticks or go to, I don't know, fucking Midwest or Perth or somewhere like that and not be bothered with the modern cities and instead just live off the land and till the grains yourself. But no one wants to do
Also,
You're not
that.
something
safe
I
in
should-
Perth.
Sorry?
I was also gonna. Oh, go on, Slash.
I was just going to say you're not going to be safer in Perth.
I don't know. Like, what's the worst that can happen in Perth? It's Sash,
Plead the
isn't it?
fifth.
Sash is the threatening factor in Perth. I am not safe in Perth. If I end up in Perth, Sash is just gonna, her Makote ears are gonna spike up, and she's like, something has happened.
Mhm.
That's it.
Also, on the topic of like the diet stuff with cancer,
Mm.
that is also mild fear mongering that social media and online internet has exploded into exponential proportions.
Yeah, no, it's...
Because of course all these things can contribute to this, right? But it's only in extreme excess amount. Perfect example is actually if you ever watched that guy who ate nothing but McDonald's
Oh,
for a
Mhm,
documentary,
I remember
Yeah.
that.
fun fact.
he ended up dying.
Yeah, no. Here's the thing. You want to know the kicker?
Yeah,
He was a raging alcoholic.
yeah.
So-
it's literally
So when he goes to like the doctor or some shit to get his like liver checked,
Prince
and they're like,
underscore Stolas 666 paid me to say I am going to be lurking now, so I will catch you later.
"Catch you later, Prince Stoltz." So yeah, so the guy that did that, because this is one of those cases of like it's quite manipulative because it was fashioned as a documentary, but right at the get-go was on false pretenses because prior to the the whole Super Size Me, and he did it again for the chicken like variants or what have you, he was a raging alcoholic. His liver was already problematic. So when he goes to like after like half a month or something of McDonald's where it's like, yeah, he's gaining weight and such, and he goes to a doctor and he gets his liver checked and they're like, this is the worst liver I've seen. Normally this is something with like, heavy consumptions of alcohol and what have you. Everyone was thinking, oh my goodness, McDonald's will do that to you. No, it didn't. It's all like, it's like if someone like, was, a heavy smoker or some shit and decided to be like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna have incense candles running in my house 24/7. And then they check up with him on a week and they're like, your lungs are fucked, dude. You should not be using these incense candles so much. It's burying the lead, which is, he was not in good shape in the get-go. But who the fuck cares? Because, it's sensationalized documentary. It's why we're more interested in that or Bowling for Columbine or the Chernobyl TV show than actual documentaries, because we want the human element. We want like agency and twists and whatnot. We don't want someone sitting in the corner office in the cuck chair going, yeah, so you see they made this mistake like really early on and that had horrifying effects as the years go by, and we can just tell you every step of the way that this was a problem, and for whatever reason, the humans were just stupid at the time. It's like, no, we don't want that. We want what you do in Chernobyl, where it's like you progressively like go through it, and it's like, oh, we got this new problem. Oh, we got a new problem and such, and tensions and everything. Sorry, I just had to go on that rant about the Super Size Me dude, because, yeah, he died.
Oh,
and,
you're fine.
And, like, he did the bullshit move of, oh, I have a drinking problem. Let me do this this documentary that's based off false pretenses about McDonald's. Still unhealthy, don't get me wrong, but it exaggerated it, much like you said about the whole like cancer with soda and what have you. So,
Like, the moral of all this is literally just eat in moderation. If you're gonna have like a day where you're gonna eat nothing but junk food, go out for a walk the next day. Balance it out.
just don't eat, like, for me personally, don't eat 2 hamburgers in a meal. You can get away with like 1.
People do that.
Yes. All right. Do you want to hear what my because I don't normally go for breakfast and such, sometimes my lunch would actually be fairly big. So, here's what I had historically. Get ready for this. A large double quarter pounder meal with an extra patty and extra cheese, Coke no sugar, large chips. So standard like that. I would have 2 of those. And depending on my mood, I would have 2 of those, a McFlurry, or a hot fudge sundae. And sometimes there would also be 10 or 20 McNuggets if there was a deal for them.
Give me your diet. God damn. My ass can barely eat one of those.
Oh, no, like, here's the thing. That was after years of improper diet and what have you. I love how code sounds like a good time for me. Oh, like, I just scoff that shit down, and that would get done in like 30 minutes or something, and I would be sitting at my desk playing Final Fantasy or watching a movie or a TV show, and then I wouldn't eat for dinner because it's like I'm full from lunch, and then the next thing you know, I'm hungry at breakfast time, but like, you know, I'd have something really small for breakfast, and then lunch I would have something big again. There was no consistency with me. And then moving on to the shake diet, it's like giving me way more consistency.
Fair.
So yeah. Question.
What's up?
Do we want to try... Alright, do we want to go into the search for Asphodelus the First Circle or Aglaia?
Aglaia.
Aglaia?
Yeah, it's called Aglaia, but I'm down for either or. What about you, Sash?
I don't mind either. I'm sitting here playing Pokemon TCG.
you got into the
I was just
gotcha.
doodling on the side.
Oh my god, Jade Stoa Extreme to finish this thing? I'm gonna get myself a...
Oh, you can probably do Jade Stoa with us if you ever wanted to.
Could we do it unsynced to get the tail done?
You can do it with only 2 people now.
Alright, we're level 100. Let's give it a try. Hang on a second. Ding. Dong. Unrestricted party.
Oh, hold on.
Trials.
Give me a sec. I'll be Pictomancer for it.
It's Shadowbringers, is it? No, it's not Shadowbringers.
Stormblood.
Stormblood. There we go. Jade Stoa Extreme. There we go. Oh yeah, you're gonna do your hammer thing, aren't you?
Pictomancer just has an insane amount of burst damage.
Nice. Alrighty. So yeah, so like that's the thing is that I have been overweight for like 7 years, and like in that 7 years went from like overweight to like the different classes of obese. So it's not a case of like you just wake up one day with like, you know, just eating 100. It's the same. It's like the same direction as when you're trying to lose weight, is that you have to do these small changes, and they're all like habit changing as well.
I see.
So yeah. Oh my god, he's only down to 70. Shit.
Twofold is my wrath, twice cast my foes.
Oh wait, do we have to face the... Yep, we do, don't we? Oh, he's really... he's weak. That's fine. Let me just do AoE nonsense just to... Oh, we can't kill him, so we'll go with this guy next. Nope, paralyzed. Thank you for getting rid of the paralysis.
Thank you. Alright, don't let him get orbs.
Yep, okay. He got none of them.
All creation trembles before my might. Behold, fury.
Fun fact, this is going to be the Unreal for this expansion.
Oh, okay. Nice. But nah, I love hamburgers, so it was kind of difficult, I will be real with you, but the fact that I'm able to have like 3 meals a day is already like
My wrath is a
easy.
ceaseless torrent.
It manages my hunger levels like far better than normal. So,
Fair enough, honestly.
so.
I'm glad it's working out with you for you.
So yeah. My only desire is that I wish I could lose like more than just like a kilo or 2 a week. Like how it was in my first week, it was like 5 kilos, because then it would be a case of like, oh yeah, I only need to be on the diet for 10 weeks, and then I would be all the way down from the like class 3 obese, and then be down to like actual like normalcy to some degree, or slight. So, but hey, that's probably going to be a dietitian talk next week or the week after, depending on when I can take the time, because he's only available on Wednesdays.
No more games.
Well, as someone whose brother is a dietitian, you probably don't actually want to be losing more than 1 or 2 kilos a week.
Yeah, 2 kilos is the sustainable thingamadiggy, but considering I'm trying to get from like, you know, 140 down to like 80, like, and then I have to later on transition out from. Let's just.
Wait, did we make a...
I have to like I won't be able to just go from like 0 to 100 as well, from like, you know, not going with shakes and then going back to and then going off shakes completely. It's like, no, I'm gonna still be on shakes and then I'm gonna transition out of it.
Let's go.
Agreed.
The Echo weapons are actually very nice weapons as well.
They do look they look beautiful, that is for sure. Alrighty. Now, is Chloe just gonna fuck with me, or are they gonna give me at least 1 line? Yep, they're gonna fuck with me. Thanks, Chloe! Tervinia. Idleshire. Next. Alright. Now the question is, which class do I have it up? So, because I could do it to the, like, the Dark Knight can get to the same level as the Paladin. Gunbreaker has a long way to go.
Which out of the Dark Knight or Gunbreaker do you like using the most?
The thing is like, out of, like, my 4 tanks, like, my order of operation is kind of Warrior, Paladin, like, Dark Knight, Gunbreaker, I think, right now. Like, Gunbreaker, I'm kind of having a hard time because I'm used to big self-heals or, you know, good mitigation. But with Gunbreaker, I don't know how to do big pulls like I can with the Warrior. I'm just lost on that one.
Well, if you wanted to know something about Dark Knight at level 100 does an insane amount of damage.
Okay. Well, he's really close, so maybe it's worth having him, like, cross over to the 98, same as my, Paladin, then. So I can hand over the journal. And then... Okay, I'm at max, so there's no point on this one. I'll grab the skin, because there's a chance of getting a portal, which is part of the ultimate, thingy for the Moogles. Yeah, that's how we'll do it. Enhanced reprisal, which is good. Yay, it moves him off from the weird Dommy gear into this stuff, where the head is no longer visible again. Yes, that is how I position my thingy. So, Warrior, Gunbreaker, Dark Knight, Paladin, Monk. I'm probably going to change the Monk and Dragoons at some point, but I just don't have good portrait stuff to use. Ninja is going to keep. That one I like. White Mage is good. Bard, probably need to do something different. Black Mage is just heh evils. Summoner is annoyed about reading. Scholar is just that. Machinist, I need to update. Astrologian, I've done nothing. So. Alright. Oh wait, can I pick up a new book before I go? the portals are fun. Thank you, Velk. Yeah, I remember doing a portal with you, and that was actually, like, you know, fairly fun. Alright, there we go. That way, because hopefully with luck, it will make mention of the two. Yeah, Alliance Raid for Endwalker. Or anything from Omegascape or Alexander the Creator. Nice. That's what we want. Oh, Jade Stoa. Oh my god, this... I must have really limited sort of, choices. And then that one wants 5th or 6th circle. Alright. Clear that. Turn it back on to level synced for completion's sake. What in the world? Oh, you can get Moogle treasures from that one. Nice. Move over to the raid. It will either be the Aglaea or the Asphodelios. Let's see which one pops off.
Maybe.
Do you want a hand with anything? Yeah, actually, that would be appreciative. We're still over in Materia as well, if you want.
Yeah, we're in Daliolal in... Instance again? Instance 3 in Daliolal.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Okay, it does look relatively repaired. I'll probably move my teleportation thing from... Because there isn't a way to, like, go to sleep in this area, is there? Oh, hey, Trial by Spire. Something stray in the neighborhood. A new challenger. Ah, okay, so that must be for, like, the raids and alliance stuff for this patch. So... So, yeah. I want to do those after I get through the Endwalker ones. Because the Endwalker ones don't require... Like, I don't think I should do the Endwalker ones, like, as an absolute being on stream. Like, those ones can be off or on stream, depending on my... on, like, the workload in the thing. Whereas, Ooh, let's have a look. Elegant Tombstone of Aesthetics. Ah, okay, so that uses that stuff. Helamatoi. Universal Tombstone, whatever the fuck that is. Wizatli. Okay. Wait, did I get anything from my... Yeah, so Whistle. Smile. And then I'll need to put some of you away, but I can't access my, I can't access my stuff from another thingy. Once you have made a substantial contribution to the safety of you'll be able to trade with this vendor. Darn.
That's doing shared fate stuff.
Yeah. No, I'm familiar with it. Good 98 stuff. So that's for the Gladiator, that's for the Marauder. I don't have the Dark... Is there a way... Oh no, that's weak. Oh wait, hang on. So that's a 92. Oh no, I won't... 99 is when the artifact gear is available to me. Also, question. Is it worth getting the air cycle from here? Or is it not a good one?
Yes.
It's...
this is where you'll get it cheaper. That's the price it should be. If you go on the market board, people usually hike it up by 2 or 3k. 2 or 3 million more, rather.
People just...
People do. Because a lot of people don't have access to this area yet, but they see the bike and they're like, I want bike.
Okay. There we go. I bought it. I have... Oh god, I only have 2 million.
Where did you get 10 mil from?
Just over time. I just... Alright, there we go. Do the thingy-majiggy. Oh, one of your party members does not meet the requirement of this duty. Sorry, I had to invite Iraq, so if you're in, like, a different thingy-majiggy, you might not be able to. So, ding, dong, join. Huh? try now. Okay.
Yeah.
They might have had to job change to something that had the item level. Unless you don't have
No,
item
no, it
level.
was there are 2 tanks.
Oh.
Because it's normal raids in Alliance raid.
Oh, yeah, because Alliance raid only wants 1 tank, but normal raids will want 2 tanks, so it's a bit of a...
2.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you would have to queue for 1 alone if you want 2 tanks.
I just wanted to, you know, get whichever one would go first. Like, either or. So, yeah.
Hey.
And then, oh my goodness, then there's the fact I have all these... the temptation of forcing all of you to be at low levels nonsense, because I have a Realm Reborn classes that are under level 50.
I mean, at some point you could probably grab some people and do Palace of the Dead to level up some stuff.
Oh yeah, Palace of the Dead's a thing. Keep forgetting that. I keep just wanting to, like, you know, the way I've been doing it previously is I just go to a Realm Reborn and I pick the highest available dungeon there. That's how I've been.
I see.
So that's what I've been doing. So it's a question. So is it quicker to go through Palace of the Dead because of the fact that you don't need to do the proper composition of tank, healer, 2 DPSs, or do the dungeons still provide like pretty decent? And also, look at this, you get like Moogle treasures for attending them at rank. So
I would say if you're 30 at least, always do a leveling and frontline. Those 2 give massive XP at that level.
oh yeah, Frontline is actually like a really good one, but I regularly forget to do it when I jump online. I think I've done it like once or twice with one of my characters, and I was like so blind to it. But I also need to go into the PvP area and set my hotbar, because I think it's like
you
broken.
can set them in the instance as well during it, because you can switch classes during PvP.
What?
Yeah.
Is that that doesn't?
So for
not-
example,
I don't think you can do it through Crystalline Conflict, but all the other PvP.
no, not Crystalline Conflict, strictly like frontline and whatnot.
Yeah.
You basically, when you go into the instance, so for example, if you went in as Dark Knight will get the XP, and then you can switch to whatever class you'd like to use in PvP then.
Okay.
Because that's what a lot of people do. They just go into frontline as the class they're leveling up, and then they'll change the class they use in PvP.
Okay. Masked Carnival.
Mass Carnival is a blue mage thing.
Oh, Dazzy would love that.
So have you done any of the Monster Hunter Wilds beta?
Yeah, I did a tiny little bit actually when Dazzy was streaming, but I didn't join you guys because I couldn't see a way to, like, you know, get to you.
It's a bit fiddly with the beta. Basically, you need the lobby code.
Which isn't likely to be shared.
I'm more worried about the performance of my computer at the moment.
Okay.
I have it on PS5, and I need to still try it. I haven't got around to it.
It's really fun.
Level 1.
I really like the new hunting horn.
Hunting horn looks so much more fun now, and I'm so happy. That's a hunting horn name.
Oh.
Hunting horn has a counter attack.
Oh, what?
We do?
We have a counter attack.
Oh, are you two?
We're so bad.
Are you two
It's
hunting
amazing.
horn
It's
aficionados?
great
Yes.
because it's a 4-note combo, right? But then it just stays. Even if you do your performance chain, it doesn't come up in performance chain and fuck it up. It's just sitting there ready for you to go whenever you need to do
that's so
counter
good.
attack. I fucking love it. It's so good.
Oh, that's gonna be so
They even
fun.
kept some of the animations from Rise, like the wound breaking attack is one of the Rise animations.
Oh.
So it's like, yeah, I love it. It's so good. Grant's just sitting here like, fuck you two on about.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm awake. I swear. I'm following. Yes, the four move and roll.
How much Monster Hunter have you played, Grand, out of curiosity?
I've not finished Worlds.
What's your first?
Monster Hunter Worlds is like my first Monster Hunter game. Yeah, so I'm still
Oh, I give you big huggies.
big huggies. So
Big
I
huggies.
seem to have misplaced my keyboard. What happened to Iraq? I can't. That's a translatable
I like
line.
that that's an auto translate.
Yeah. It's like I seem to have misplaced my keyboard. But yeah, no, the furthest I've gone in World so far, I dealt with I'm trying to so we went to the Elder Recess. So we're now in the high rank stuff. We're not in master rank, we're just in high rank. And there was like 3 monsters that I'm tracking down or some shit, and one of them was like this pestilence thing with like decay.
Oh, Bahazak?
I don't know.
Maybe, actually, yeah.
If it's the 3 Elder Dragons, it would have been Teostra, Valhazak, and... No, wait. Yes, and then... Velcana. No, that's the new one.
Vitalis, was it?
No, Fatalis is the Black Dragon. I'm thinking of the Wind Dragon.
Oh.
The alliance raid is painful. I'm gonna drop that out from the thingamadiggies.
Oh.
I'm sorry. As much as I would love to get through that one because it's like it's on my Wondrous Tales. It's just like any alliance raid from Endwalker. I'm like, oh cool. Whereas Epicelsos is like 5th or 6th circle, which would take time.
Kasheladora. That's the one you're thinking
That's the one. Yeah. Because I think at that point in the storyline, you're hunting down the 3 Elder Dragons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before you go after not Nergigant. Fuck me.
I already went through Nergigante, I'm pretty sure, didn't I? I remember that name several times.
You'll encounter him, but I don't think you like properly hunt him until you go after the other elders. I think. Hazy memory.
Fair enough. Well, if you want, I can queue as tank and see if it does a pop. Yeah. Let me withdraw, so then that way Iraq can go. So that way we have double tank.
I'm very excited to fight some of these new monsters. Like we did whatever his bloody name is. The new lightning dragon.
Yeah.
Oh,
was a heck of a fight.
Aren't they nicknaming him Frieza for some reason?
No, that was apparently someone has made their character look exactly like Frieza with the character creator.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that.
I've seen one for God of War, Mr. Satan. Oh my gosh, I wasn't meant to click and drag that. What the fuck? How did I do that?
I just love the fact that one of the presets is literally just Khal Drogo from Game of Thrones.
You know what's a character creator that it hits so well, but then it does like a fault that I cannot forgive it.
Which is
Dragon Age the Veil Guard. Like it does so well. It has so many different hairstyles as well, and it it's absolutely phenomenal. I highly recommend you if you ever see someone go through the character creator. I went through it myself back on Friday, go through it and what have you. But there's something truly disappointing about it. The bulge and the chest sliders are so fucking weak. Like Saints Row 3 and 4. Shut up. It's important. The Saints Row 3...
make the tits big enough!
The Saints Row games did a better job with the they have a sex appeal slider, and that's it. There is a bulge, and they're like, seriously, you're gonna look at it, and it's just fucking nothing. Like, the biggest your lady can be is like a pair of D cups. cups or C cups at best.
Oh no, D cups. Oh no.
There's big booby women out there, Sash. I know it.
I know, I'm one of them.
You're just like, oh no, my fantasy can't get bigger than D's in a high fantasy where bras are probably not a thing. But yeah.
Listen, look, you don't. If there are no bras in this high fantasy, you don't want anything, but trust me.
Magic.
No.
Oh no, you can't.
Not even magic can fix this bullshit,
No,
okay? It's
magic.
not happening.
You're in fantasy. Magic can fix it, okay? You just enchant
What,
the
they're just
cups.
gonna levitate?
No, that's ridiculous. You're just gonna have the fabric that's like super weak, like silk or shit, be more supportive. So it's like almost like a wireframe, but without the wires.
No.
That's not how fashion works.
That's not even how boobs work.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a video somewhere that's explained this.
Why
But it's
magic
not
can't be
just
used
this-
for
it's
holding
not-
boobs? Is that it?
Well, no, it's. I can't even.
Look at this
I don't even know how to explain this without it just being like TOS breaking.
Look, it's marked as 18 plus. No one here should be. We're learning a lot about Grant's experience with bras and Ravana. Shut up! I know what a bra is, but if bras don't like, here's the design challenge. If bras don't exist in the high fantasy, how would we reinvent them, so to speak? And I reckon it would be like some sort of magical nonsense where the existing fabrics to like do the sex appeal and shit would have some extra nonsense to it. So you're not having like mage hand holding the boobs forever or something like that, but you have like the clothes or something, do like, you know, a bit of a like a cupping thing. And because it's magical, you don't have to like have the weight go up on the shoulders. It's just the thing sits there.
And as soon as you start running around, you're gonna have two big bags on your chest smacking you in the face.
Then you can get a full covering one instead of, you know, the huge cleavage.
That's not going to stop the problem.
I think I broke Sash. Who is a woman who has experience listening to me with no experience being like, yeah, just cover the entire boob with magic fabric.
It's not like when you get man boobs and they just kind of sit. It's literally like if you got like a water balloon.
I was gonna say,
and
yeah.
Put it in a stocking.
Yep.
And then taped the stocking to your chest.
Yeah, there's like a
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you will you can't do any of these fancy flippy moves like when you're a mage, or you can't do like crazy rogue shit. And as soon as you start moving, they're going everywhere.
Like, I think in reality, quite literally, the only thing that could physically help in that situation in a fantasy setting is overbust corsets. And that doesn't help too much.
Or bindings, like that's a.
Not to mention, it also makes it very restrictive.
Yeah, hard to breathe as well, from what I heard from friends trying it.
Like, if you're used to it, it can be okay, but like that's like an extra level of difficulty that you're adding to combat already. Although that then begs the question is what makes it more difficult, not being able to breathe or having two heavy sacks on your chest?
What if it was like a suit of armor thingy-majiggy, like how we had King What's-a-Mahoozy with the giant cod piece, but it was like the similar sort of thing for the ladies.
Potentially, but you're also looking at a boob spillage problem.
Yeah.
And then that's going to start pinching, which is going to suck.
I love how Iraq writes, a breastplate, if you will. Just chiming in on the conversation.
Not incorrect.
You exactly.
Yeah.
So, you just, you know, you would do like a suit of armor thing. So you'd have like the exterior part, so like the part that people are trying to like hit you with and shit. That would be like, you know, smooth and like, you know, that way there's no like, you know, cleave or anything like that for the blade to like, you know, get, you know, guided into it and such for an easier like slash or a chop. So that would be like relatively flat, so you can do deflections and such. But the inside would be like, you know, additional paddings and what have you, and you could probably like, you know, do a more like sort of molded kind of thing. But then, I guess then you would just have to do magical material to then reduce the weight of the amount of padding in the suit of armor.
Not to mention, you're also needing to take in account how much heat that would generate while moving around.
Yes.
Yeah.
Heat generation is a big factor too.
So, cotton, at the very least, instead of silk.
Something breathable.
Yeah, it would have to be very breathable as well.
And generally what you're looking at is something that doesn't necessarily... No, you'd want to have to bring it all the way up, because if you had it coming down a little bit, then you've then got a drop into kind of problem, and then it's less supportive, I guess.
Oh, 18... Wait. Okay, why is it using AI? Stop that.
Yeah.
Probably linen and bamboo fabrics would work in that situation.
I feel like the thing it like
Bamboo's good.
so
Yeah.
from approximately the 16th century CE, the corset dominated the undergarments of wealthier women in the Western world. Corsets came into varying lengths, with some designed only to support the bust, while others extended down to shape the waist. In the later part of the 19th... Okay, that's gone too far. Let's go earlier. Various garments to support, cover, restrain, reveal, enhance, or modify the appearance of their breasts. From the 14th century, women wearing bikini-like garments. Some evidence suggests that during the Greco-Roman period, women had developed specialized bra-like garments to support their breasts. 14th century, the proto-bar! There's bras in fantasy, I'm sure.
I'm not saying there
I'm just
isn't
saying
bras
there's-
and panties.
What is the...
Bras, you can have bras. I'm just saying that there's a limit on how much the bra helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you have magic, the sky is the limit. Like, look at this attire. Like, I don't know about you, but there's definitely like I've seen some people in the Dragon Age Inquisition that look like that.
Okay, that's fine, but what you're looking at is imagery of nobles.
Yeah.
None of
We're
these
talking about
people are
people
wielding a sword.
Yeah, we're talking about people that are going to be constantly engaging in combat.
14th century fashion, knights, ladies.
Look, I think realistically the only feasible thing back then and in fantasy stuff would be actual full set armor that covers the breasts entirely. They'll still be uncomfortable, but they wouldn't like be as distracting as they're doing like flips and so on.
Hang on. So, thing.
Also,
this one's
Sash,
an interesting image here, because it looks like it does like the undercut thingamajiggies. Ow, code. It does like the undercut thing, like it does the thingamajiggy, so like it actually goes underneath. So it's not just like, you know, fabric or what have you. It does like an. You can
also keep in
underwear.
mind.
And then there's like a metal plate over top here, so that could help with the whole like preventing of. Oh, but then you wouldn't really have a lot of overarm movement, and I think that's the bigger problem, isn't it?
Yeah, also, keep in mind when it comes to these middle-aged people that you're looking at, it was common practice for them to throw up their food to keep skinny, to eat more.
That's true.
Because those corsets were very restrictive, more than they are nowadays. They made them more
Binders.
actually beneficial to women in like the last 15-20 years only.
Okay. Ow. Why are you throwing things at me, Code? These are very serious discussions.
That is a good hat. But
Yeah, point
Sasha, I was gonna
is,
say,
I would have loved,
go on.
I would have loved bigger boobs or bigger bulge in DA. If you're gonna give us those sliders, you can give us the impossible level, okay? Let people have their fantasy, all right?
Just get mods.
Sorry?
Just mod it.
No, I don't want to. No,
Yeah, just-
because then that breaks like the sanctity. That
Anyways.
You're breaking sanctity of making your dick bigger. Okay.
What were you gonna say, Davey?
How does it, since you know Monster Hunter, how does it feel knowing that Rajang's going to be incredibly invasive in Wilds? You'll find out when you're older.
I don't
Cool.
want it. He can stay back in. We already have Angie Fire Monkey. We don't.
We're
need
gonna have two of them.
Rajang too.
How are we having such a problem trying to find 8 people for this thing?
Because it's OCE.
Yeah, literally.
If we did this on NA, we wouldn't have the issue.
I'm sorry, Iraq. We're gonna move to
Have
NA.
less than issue.
I was gonna say we could also technically do PF again, say first time. PF's usually the way to go for Materia and Dynamis.
Alrighty then,
Yeah.
let's go for PF then. Party Finder, Recruit, not Trials. We're going through a raid now. Asphodalis, first time. Recruit members.
I will note that when I was playing through the demo, or watching people play through the demo, I'm still struggling with the new monster names, but the frog.
Oh yeah, that one.
The Yoshi.
The one that's related to Tiestra.
He one of his animations before he does a jumping attack is he actually has a little butt wiggle.
Like a cat.
And I'm like, oh my god.
God.
He just it does the whole pouncing thing. I'm like, oh my lord, they actually animated him like that. That's amazing.
Alright, here's what I am going to do. I'm going to go to the Unlost World. Yes, I'm going to use an Aetherite ticket. I'm going to try and save my money. I am going to do my blue ticks, or I'm going to do fates that pop up there while we're waiting for more
Oh, we already
players.
got somebody.
Yay, we got one person. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 3. Oh my god. This place looks fucking dead now.
Oh, another one?
Oh. Alright, so the blue... So we got a... Alright.
Also, Sash. The first time I actually played Monster Hunter with people was with a very cruel friend group for Monster Hunter. And guess what they faced me with? Because I was soloing Monster Hunter 4 on my own at the time. And they were just like, hey, let's play this together. And we did Apex Rajang.
Oh, why Apex? Oh my god.
And I just remember they were so annoyed that I didn't get carded once going up against it for my first time. And I just remember I was just as a hunting horn whenever he was doing his little Sonic spin dash looking move. I was just like, nope, 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 and I was dodging
Nope,
with
I
like
just noped the fuck out.
centimeters.
Oh god, nose.
But that's what I love about like hunting horn in general, which didn't really translate to Rise because of how they did a lot of the animation style changes, but a lot of hunting horn's movement is during the actual performance play, and it's so minute, but it's enough that you can just be like, ha 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 ha, I was one step to the left, you didn't hit me. But
Yeah, literally. Like, I still remember the funniest thing I ever did was at while he was about to finish, I turned around and just knocked him in the head, and it actually got him to topple.
Did that take a second to load? I wonder. I love how Code writes it's Sash that was responsible for hitting me with all the stuff dropping on my head.
Oh, is that what Code was? I was like, what did I do? What'd I do?
Because Code was like dropping things on my head and was like, "Why are you doing this?" And they're like, "It's sad."
It's sad. What I want me.
So
I was messing with Pokemon cards.
oh, Velk's in the stream waiting. Let's bring you in. Hello, Velk.
I got dance partner. Hello, Volk.
Hello.
Yay!
I'll save them. I must. I honestly forgot like why we're doing this for peeps.
So there was so someone discovered that there was a disruption down here, and we came to investigate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This being a research facility of creations deemed too dangerous to live in the
Normal
shard.
world.
So it's
Yeah.
a terrarium prison kind of thing.
Yeah. A pretty good summary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Oh, cool.
Also, we
The
got some Kingdom Hearts, Spooky Town in the background.
nice.
Oh, those Viper blades are sick. What the hell?
Alrighty.
Oh, what
Are those from? Uh-oh. 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 No, I'm good.
Oh. Wait, why was the tank?
Yeah, Grant.
Yeah.
You want to put him
Yeah.
at the back?
Oh,
Yeah, you want to face him away from us, directly away from us.
the
That's
back.
to us.
Grant, the back. Over here. Over
North.
here.
True
Bring him
north.
this way.
Getting
There we go.
BC.
I like how I realized. I was like, I could smudge over and get to you guys. And I was like, no, I'm not leaving my rainbows.
Unintentionally giving uptime here.
Now, is Blackest Night the right move here? It feels like it. Where do we go? Ow.
Oh, it's matching. I'm silly.
Alright, so I stand.
Is it?
Wait, what?
No, it's opposite. No, it's opposite. I got it wrong.
Depending on what color the triangle is above you, if it's orange, go to blue. If it's blue, go to orange.
Okay.
That's right. That was my bad, because when I was doing the opposite, and then I'm like, wait, did I get hit with a bomb stack? What happened?
Oh, it's shrinking. No, it's not shrinking. Oh, it's a what's-a-mahoozy table.
Would you like an explanation on the mechanic?
I'll figure it out, I'm sure.
Alright then.
Oh, okay, so, yep, and then I gotta avoid. Yep, I figured it out. That one I was paying attention to, because it didn't rely on, like, my status bar thing. Oh, hang on. There we go. Was that the right block for that, I wonder? Yay! Although I need to figure out what to do with my poetics. I have 2,000 poetics. I need to use them in something.
I should probably do that too, but also Sivia.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
I am not playing Gunbreaker again. That was... Ugh.
Fair.
Gunbreaker wasn't fun for that one.
No, I just don't have the brain for it.
Valid.
Ooh. I'm gonna keep some of these.
You do whatever you like. I'm just sitting here so you don't get stung with a whole lot.
He's taking the whole lot anyway.
Oh, well, there you go. I could have left. All right, in that case, I'm going to take 2 seconds to grab something for my dinner that's
I
sitting
started
here.
collecting, anytime I go through these raids, I've actually started collecting them because I learned that you can turn them into gear, and it's like, I want to see what the gear is like for the glamour. I did that for the Edenverse. So I did that for like the, 3 tiers or 3 or 4 tiers. So I'm going to do that with this one as well because I think I'm curious what it looks like. And
To be fair, I believe this set was the flaming stuff, so it's like the good shit.
No. Next set.
It's not? Next
Yeah,
one.
that's the next set. That's Abyssos.
that was a
Or an Abyssos, I mean.
That was a thrilling display,
Yes.
and if I may be so vaunting, the warriors I spun from your Aether fought even more splendidly than I had anticipated. I suppose they were cut from excellent cloth, after all. We should wait until this man regains his senses. He wears the robes of a warder, and I would be very cautious to know what drove him to attack us sight unseen. Alright, so the tome guide to spending poetics. Here we go. If you want a desynthesis, buy the cheapest appropriate IL for the crafter you want to level by desynthesizing into the different things. If you want relic weapons, it has 19, so 3, so 57 total. Will only require poetics for all stages, no further other form for currency or item grind. Nice. Heaven's Ward Anima, so I've already done those. Gear can only be bought either...
If you want a item that can help you for things like when you do coils synced, the Mandeville weapons are probably going to be pretty good for you.
Oh yeah, I've got 3.
You can buy that with Poetics now.
Yeah, I've got like 3 of them, I'm pretty sure, at this point. That was like one of the things I was spending it on. I'll double check how many are in my what's-mahoozy, in my inventory, because I'm pretty sure you can't put them in the armory or anything like that, can you? They're stuck in your inventory.
What do you mean?
You can't put them in your climber dresser.
Mandeville weapons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought any relic weapon.
The fuck, why?
That's a great question.
Yeah, for some reason you have to just get the replica of the relic weapons from a vendor instead to put them in.
Yeah.
Yoshi, please. What the fuck?
It's
been like that since Heaven's Week.
Yeah.
Because I think the idea is that at A Realm Reborn, it was like unlocked because of achievements or some nonsense, and the relic weapon would then get handed in during like Heaven's Ward and such. And I think there was an intention for Stormblood, but then we went to Eureka instead, which is an entirely different method of collecting them. And then, yeah, I think it's just a very fucked system. Much like how Halo Infinite isn't going to get rid of its armor core system for, different armor pieces because they have to go on the correct core. I think it's something baked in because of the fact that they've marked them as relics with their whole, like, upgrade nonsense.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I actually sort of prefer how Eureka does it because it feels more engaging, despite it being older content.
I do need to go through Eureka, so that is definitely on a to-do list to maybe make out as a stream. So there's a lot of things I want to do in Final Fantasy XIV that's like kind of need a posse to do it, such as the Bahamut synced. See, like, at least one or two of the coil oils, like, do them synced and see how they are for story and such. Just so then that way it's A, you know, be able to do it voice dialogue, and if it's with a group of people, I don't feel pressure to, like, rush through to get to the next one, or doing it unsynced. And then meanwhile, yeah, Eureka, just more fun when there's more people. And then I obviously have to go to the Borgia front as well for all their stuff.
I will say Baja relic weapons are amazing looking to me. They're very nice.
I've not collected too much of Baja when I was doing my leveling. Because apparently, like, once you get to level 80, it's actually pretty good for getting you... Or, well, level 70, I think. It's actually pretty good at getting you to...
Yep, that's what field operations are good for. We're getting another one for Dawntrail as well. I don't know when, though.
It's probably going to be, like, halfway.
I think that might be something to do with Mandeville again.
Yeah, maybe.
Sorry, I'm just, like... I'm half reading this dialogue and half, like, running through it, so... Unless one of you guys have... gals, have a, synopsis.
I have 2 Cocker Spaniels staring at me because I have chips.
Oh.
Hot chips or Crispies?
Hot chips.
Yeah.
To go with my little bit of steak for dinner.
Ooh.
Oh, but we're starving and we've never been fed in our entire lives, look.
Do they...
What?
Do they get dry or sometimes wet food?
We get 3 meals a day.
Okay.
These dogs are spoiled.
Yeah, but some peeps will just give them only, like, the dried, like, kibble stuff instead of, like, you know, throwing in, like, an extra, like, you know, half a slice of the dog meat stuff.
Oh, no, they get dog meat.
Dog meat?
Yeah, like, you know the weird, like, extra large looking salami things that are in the fridge? Like, some of those are, like, meant for dogs.
Oh, okay. Dog food, not dog meat. Different.
Velk having a moment thinking,
Okay.
Has Grant been feeding dogs?
Knowing animals, they wouldn't care. My budgie ate chicken and loved it, so honestly.
Oh, no.
Hamsters have eaten hamsters. I've heard tale.
You two are terrible.
I'm not terrible.
I love you both, but you're terrible.
Just having an absolute...
The problem is, I literally never give them anything off of my plate because I know it's a bad behavior enforcement.
Oh, yeah,
but
absolutely.
I'm not the only one that lives here, so...
Yeah.
Understandable.
My family's ruined my R-Dog with that, and now he's a bit of a fatso.
Yeah.
And he heard me and whined.
There's been...
Yeah, I'm talking about you. Shit, sorry.
No, not to worry. There has been, like, plenty of, like, pets in our family, so we've really, like, picked up on, like, you know, good behaviors, because we've done the obedience training, like, 2 or 3 times already now, and we normally go for big dogs, where it's, like, you need to do the good behaviors with them, otherwise you're not going to cause a problem just for yourself. It's funny when the small dog is yapping and jumping on your leg. It's another story when a Newfoundland fucking bounds across and is ready to jump you. People thinking it's a bear in Australia. But I love Newfoundlands. They're so sweet. They're gentle giants.
Oh, they're beautiful dogs.
Absolutely wonderful.
They are.
You need to, however, get ones...
They love cuddles.
You need to get ones that are kind of... Like, if you're going to get them in Australia, you need to get ones that actually have had their breeders here. Because otherwise, they're Canadian sort of furred. So they don't have, like, the square snout that the Canadians have. But the fur, still hot, don't get me wrong. But they can shred very easily. And it does, like, a little more breathable. So it's kind of like the...
it's a lot of heat management for them.
Yeah. Baja Bread would smile to hear you say such a thing.
I was also gonna say my cousin. No, it's not my cousin.
I love how
She
my
had a-
character is giving
she-
a what the fuck look after hearing La Habrea wouldn't smile.
Oh yeah, if you wanted more Ascian lore, this is a good place to get it.
Nice. Because, like, you know, we've kind of killed all of them at this point, haven't we? At least the unsundered ones. You know, the ones that were, like, totally hauled, like Emmett Selk and La Habrea and, blah, 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 blah. Iridibus, or whatever his name is.
Well, if you go by the lore, there is technically 4 we never seen.
And we just don't have
But
it.
we don't know if they're dead or alive.
Yeah. Leave the fighting to me. Alright, I'm gonna go a little bit faster with this dialogue. Sorry for anyone in chat who was hoping that I would, like, read out this stuff, but... yeah, this is not going to be something that I'm going to be doing only on stream. This is definitely going to be some off-stream stuff just for my benefit. And then, or whoever. That way I can talk to people about some of the shit that's happened here.
Just as long as you do the current tier streaming.
Yeah, no, fair enough. It's definitely, like, the current tier stuff, I feel like that is definitely, like, stream-worthy. So, Saturdays are going to be an interesting one going forward. Because a part of me is feeling tempted to be like, right, we can put it on pause until the patch content is released, but actually no, patch content comes out like next week, doesn't it?
I will say,
Does it?
It's like November something or other.
11th.
Oh, okay, so
11th or 12th, depending on where you're at, yeah.
so that is not next week, but the week after, so Monday.
I will say for the normal raids that are out, you won't be getting another set of those till maybe next patch after this one coming.
Yeah, I think the cadence is usually
Woo!
raid alliance,
Insta-lock.
like alternating.
Yeah.
What? Oh, isn't this the boss that fucked with everyone when it first came out?
That sounds right.
Thank you for the vote of confidence.
It's the Dark Souls boss.
Oh.
The Dark Souls. Yeah, it is. This is the one that gave me PTSD and healing. Okay, the red mage weapon looks like it's the same set as the Vipers from the last group.
No, that's the...
The fuck is
That
that?
is-
The Dark Souls
A
boss.
Dark Souls boss.
Oh hey, the Reaper's Virgil. Like, he looks like him too.
Oh, someone recognizes you. Oh,
Yeah.
It's because of the...
Totem when.
Is it because of the weapon you're carrying, or they know you by name?
It's a thing. I'll explain another time.
Alright, so...
There.
So basically, I went and got it done through PF, and these people know me doing it as tank, but I actually finished it as Reaper.
Ah, okay. What the fuck?
That's a double. You need.
Okay.
I'm here.
Cool.
I like how Davey's come and stood next to me like, yeah, this is a good spot.
Oh no, I was just remembering the mechanics for this.
I was trying to
and
remember which one's horizontal.
There's a horizontal. What? I was.
The red is a hamburger, the yellow is a hot dog because you put mustard on a hot dog.
Gotcha.
Oh. Okay, that one didn't make sense to me.
Red is a
If
hamburger,
that
yellow
helps
is a
you,
hot dog.
I'm so sorry if that helps you.
Should I be standing with you guys?
Sugi Delugi.
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm just gonna give everyone lots of space. There we go.
Oh, I timed that incredibly wrong. What do I do?
Wait.
What?
Damn it.
Wait, what?
You ran away from me as I was trying to get to you.
Yeah.
So wait, so I need to have like more than one person with me when that pops up, or?
Yeah, for the triangle.
Okay.
Look, the head came off.
Oh. Disassociation, what a mood.
Alright, I'm imagining we want to avoid that side.
Who did that idea?
Because of...
Owie.
Oof.
Orin, why were you doing standing there after I just asked the very thing it did? Oh,
You need to get away.
That's okay, because you know what? Wing 2 of this raid is the best wing in the entire category because it has the best armor set and
The
the
best music.
track.
Yeah. So good music.
okay, I'm not...
Still one of my top
How about the
5
mechanics?
songs.
Okay, like... Still don't understand that. Like...
So the body does a line in its, like, along its axis. The head does a, for lack of better description, cone.
Okay.
Which is why it gets 2 hitboxes, so you can see the difference between them.
Oh. Barely saw him. Ah! Excuse me.
Now they're playing Pokemon.
Yeah, you gotta catch them all.
I was half imagining that to do the same thing as in the Realm Reborn thing, where it would just burst, and then it's like, oh no, you gotta do a round 2. So confused.
What's up, Gears?
Well, that's what Savage is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sash,
Still
you
trying.
remember I want these things, right? Because I need, like, several pieces of, like, each.
Oh, okay. I'll just leave them.
Thank you. Because remember the last time you were like, oh, you wanted to stay here to try and be helpful?
Listen, most of the time I'm trying not to be the asshole and just dump it all on someone.
Oh, that's...
It's a habit.
That's fun.
That's fun. I'm gonna go...
That's why I have my
critical.
keyboard right in front of me as a controller play. I'll just press U immediately to leave.
Yeah, that one took a minute for me. That took me a while to learn during Alexandra, because I would try and do it to Velk, but Velk would just disappear too quickly, and I was like, is it because he doesn't have to deal with the cutscenes? But I don't have to deal with the cutscenes anymore. And it's like, nah, he's just pressing U and leaving.
He's just used to speed running the buttons, so he has to get the fuck out.
So.
Yep.
It's nothing but caution. Oh, sorry, I accidentally hit my mic. It occurs to me that I know little of the keywords besides their magical prowess. Do we get any other name drops while we're watching this? That is a villain if ever I met one. How did we not meet this man during any of our other content prior to Endwalker? Look at this.
What do you mean? What makes him a villain?
He look at this Dracula motherfucker. Hang on, let me zoom in real quick. Let me get to the camera.
Sorry.
Is it just because he's wearing glasses?
No.
Do you attack all people who wear glasses
No,
like this?
it's the weird half beard. It's the yellow eyes. It's the white hair. I don't know if that's just like a color thingy-madiggy because of the way they're showing it to us, being like a old sepia filter. But yellow eyes. Have none of you gone through fucking the Supernatural TV show? No. Azazel with the yellow eye, like, that's some villain shit. And the way he looks just reminds me of Dracula from Castlevania.
It's just the manager.
Yeah, he's not a cool manager though. He's a manager that actually wants to suck the life out of me for the good of the company, but he doesn't want to do that himself.
Can I say something?
Go on.
Grant, minus the yellow eyes, I basically look like that.
I mean, what?
Oren just sitting there, just like, oh, I like his design. The yellow glasses are.
So apparently, he's evil.
Look,
I guess I'm evil.
Look, the yellow eyes does quite a bit. Okay, I just want you to understand that because it's supernatural and shit. But like, come on.
I had yellow eyes.
What?
Yeah. As a teenager, I had yellow eyes.
Bullshit.
Am I evil now?
That is not a thing.
No.
Actually,
it is.
It is.
That's Wilson's disease with like copper in your eyes doing rings and things. What do you mean yellow?
I have gray eyes.
No, my eyes change color frequently.
Is that a what's it called? Albinism trait? It's probably not. I'm probably like making shit up.
Did you
I know
mispronounce
albinoism,
or did you actually mean albinism?
No, I thought it was like I could have mispronounced it. Being albino.
Albinoism. It's.
No, I have the opposite problem where I just have colors of hair on me everywhere. I'm also a redhead, but I'm also naturally black, but I'm also naturally blonde, so...
That sounds like fun, honestly.
You know what you need to do?
It's not.
You need to grow out your hair, and maybe you can fashion it into something like Yami Yugi from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh god, no.
Because I reckon...
You know how terrible it looks when you've got light brown hair, but you're growing a red beard.
You just sound like an anime protagonist at this point.
Oh god.
You're destined for some anime shits and giggles to go off, and it's the viewer's decision on whether or not it's a comedy or a shonen or a tragedy or a yaoi. Actually,
oh no, it's a comedy.
There's no crazy colored hair in yaois and all those kinds of ones. They always go for like generic black hair.
What?
You know, the
yaois is in the chocolate?
No, yaois as in the boy love. The romance ones.
Is that a Zoomer-ass reference or something?
Yeah,
Like,
we-
am I-
No,
No.
that's an old school anime terminology.
Okay.
It's a
found
genre
this
for
then.
anime.
Because
Okay. Oh, it's anime. There we go.
Yeah.
I don't know it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so-
anime
yeah,
manga
yeah,
type
yeah.
thing.
so
It's a genre.
to educate you, Velk, so there's romances, and sometimes they're, you know, typical romances of like boy meets girl, girl likes boy likes girl, or something or other, or maybe there's a love triangle, but really it's not really a love triangle, it's more like a wedge, because a lot of the Japanese animes barely give the girl agency, or, you know, whoever the middle one is, so it's like this less of a triangle, more of a wedge thing. But yeah, then there's things called yaoi, which is boy love, or yuri, which is girl love.
So we're also not talking about the Australian mythical creature as well. Okay.
Yeah,
No idea.
I know what you're talking about, but this is anime
Yeah.
romanticism things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer the chocolate meaning.
That's fair. Also valid.
Are you talking about the caramel koala or something?
No, it's called yaoi. I'm not making this up. If you look up yaoi.com,
I'm not-
actually don't.
I'm-
Don't do that. Do not do that on stream.
I am
'cause
not-
You will
Yeah, maybe
misspell it.
don't.
How about one of you who is not streaming right now get me a reference so I'm not
I've
questioning
linked.
yaoi.com. Yes, there's a different I love how I would have spelled that very differently. I'm going to be real with
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, that took me a second to realize. Wait, don't.
Wait, maybe don't.
Yaoi, ultimate dinosaurs. Oh, these are like Kinder Surprise, but Aussie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But don't Australians have Kinder Surprise? I swear I've seen them.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
So why did you?
That
I
was
think
better.
America's the only place that doesn't have it.
Find Yaoi in the U.S.
You meeting? Great.
Oh my god!
Love that.
Look at all the choices in fucking supermarkets and major markets you can go for. Meanwhile, we just have Kohl's, Woolies, Aldi's, and then whatever derivative of Kohl's and Woolies. Did you hear that the
everything a derivative of Coles and Woolies at this point?
Yeah, did you hear the ACCC is like suing Kohl's and Woolies for their price fixing shit?
I hope so.
They found like hundreds of items that are like falsely discounted. So like they bump up in price and then they discount them. So like it's still more expensive than their original cost, but because they got bumped up in price, it seems like a discount. And then there's this like evidence of reciprocal cycle where it's like, oh, if it's not discounted at Woolies, it's discounted at Kohl's. If it's not discounted at Kohl's, it's discounted at Woolies. But they all alternate between the same two prices between the two stores. So there's no actual competitivism.
I hate that.
Yeah. There needs to be an Aldi's, but is actually able to compete with the name brand and what have you instead of... Because, like, the benefit of Aldi's is that everything is cheap. But the problem is that brand does influence people. Like, you can't get away with just, like, oh, here's Coke Light. It's like, no, people want their Pepsi or their Coca-Cola. People want their cold power. It's like, you're gonna have to utilize those brands to be a competitor against Kohl's and Woolies properly. Otherwise, Aldi's is always gonna be, you know, this weird, like, the third-party vote in the United States. It's never gonna be a big competitor. It's just gonna be fucking up whoever's trying to take the lead.
I always find it weird when people say that with Aldi, because Aldi's huge over in Europe.
Oh yeah, there was a, hey, look, he looks like fucking Dracula from Castlevania. Didn't I predict this fucking shit? Oh, Grant's racist. Grant's looking at a
Why
pair
do you
of...
think I fucking laugh?
Grant looking at a pair of glasses, thinking he's evil.
Not wrong. Also, be prepared for the worst arena so far in this game.
Is it small? It seems whoever is behind this can alter the space around us at will. We face an uphill battle. Oh, joy.
I think it's fixed a little bit. It's not as bad as it used to be, but I don't remember.
There's been an entire expansion. There's gonna be something different.
Oh, I hope so.
So.
Frogging this fight sucked on your eyes.
And what's more is I remembered to make it so now it's a limited whatsamahoozy thing, not a full effects and what have you. So I'm actually able to see shit. Too far away. Why?
That's a problem now.
Third circle. Well, I remember the reason why I turned it on. Remember when we went through treasure hunting with Dazzy?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So Dazzy was a blue mage because, of course, Dazzy was a blue mage, and he was doing a move or something like that. And to me, it looked like he was just pretending to be a dog barking. Nope, turns. And so he asked me to like turn it on to full, so I could see like the full effect of him like doing a fucking Kamehameha or something. What's your preferred class? So yeah, so I'm guessing, so from the previous group, Wade Necker and Arya were like they just popped up in your party finder a lot on Materia.
Yeah, we were all progging it together.
Ah, okay.
And there was drama afoot when I accidentally joined a party that was for a different phase. I joined Wrathprog, thinking that it was Wrathprog.
Mm-hmm.
My bad.
Oh.
And so people didn't want to join to help me, and they took the chance and joined me and realized, oh, you're actually much further ahead than what we thought, and they just helped wherever they could.
Okay.
Lovely people.
I don't know why people get upset over someone wanting to progress a little bit further. Like,
Oh no,
it's not like
it
you
was
can't
genuinely
not
my
say
bad.
anything.
Like, I owned up and said, sorry, I thought this was Wrathprog, not Rothprog, and I've actually been abused for it over Discord and over this game.
Oh.
By
Oh, for
certain
God's
people.
sake.
Like,
There's no need for that
Yeah,
bullshit.
they said, you will never clear this fight, and then it's like 3 days later, clear it. What's up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad I haven't had to deal with that yet. If I'm gonna,
Yeah, Materia is... It's people who peaked in high school.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe this is just me, but I feel like there isn't a really good means of like progression in Australia from interacting with casuals to interacting with amateurs to pro. It's just you got casuals or pro, that's it. And it really fucks up the pool when you have that. It's like Olympians complaining that the kids are disrupting their laps and shit when it's a communal pool. Better scenarios would have split the two, but Australia just does not have the people to support, professional and amateur only versus casual. Any attempts to do so are wroth with danger and just, unless you're willing to put money towards it, pain.
With Crystal, I genuinely never liked doing Party Finder there.
Mm-hmm.
Because the majority of the people are pathological liars and want an easy way to clear content.
Yeah.
Oh, good. That's not just there as well. That's here as well.
Yeah, everybody goes to Aether and NA because you'll just get actual people there just focusing on clearing. Like a friend of mine's recently cleared the recent Savages, finally. And he cleared them within a week because he finally found a static on Hyperion. And he literally just said, I really just want to move our entire FC to Hyperion at this point. I'm so tired. That's what he was saying.
Yeah.
Like, I'd love to be able to do... I don't think I've ever done Savage content. I know I've done extremes. And I'd love to be able to do stuff like that. But It's more I don't have the ability to time commit, and I'd rather do it with a group that's happy for me to play casually, but that's near impossible to find.
Yeah.
You know, and then as soon as the group clears, obviously no one else wants to do it again, so then you have to go find someone else, and yeah.
Yeah.
It's tough making moves in FF14 without, like, risking toxicity, I feel.
Yeah, I had to just yell at 3 or 4 people in a friend group of mine's recently because they kept complaining that they never got to clear an X, Y, and Z. And I was just sitting here like, all right, us 4, we're going to make a dedicated time. We will pick very specific classes and we will have control for a good chunk of the fights. And that's how we're going to get your clears. And we're going to schedule this and you're going to stop complaining.
Yeah.
Because I was getting upset because I'm the one that runs essentially our FC for years now at this point, even though I don't even own it. And these people will constantly complain when they don't get certain things from fights. And there's like 5 or 7 people in the FC that have clears on this stuff that are openly here just saying, hey, we can teach you the fight. And they just never take up the offers.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm just like, just do it. You can do it. You have the skill. Because it's always a mix of people complaining that, oh, I'm not good enough, I just suck. Or they specifically target races in the game, saying Rothgars are shit at the game, Lalafel's shit at the game. And I'm just like, stop that.
Yeah, no, we're stopping that right now because that's bullshit.
Yeah. Like, I genuinely wanted these people just to enjoy the game instead of being complete and utter tryhards every single time, to the point where they would be in, like, normal content saying my parse is low. And I'm like, why are you doing that in Hawk Manor, my guy?
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna do a,
It's not.
what's Mahuzi?
Oh,
PF Finder again.
This time, put it as minimum eye level.
Ooh.
Get the full
IL?
experience.
Ooh.
So wait, does that just mean that, like, oh, people have to meet the minimum?
No, it sinks it down to the minimum.
Like it was on release.
No.
Yep.
Is how it'll feel.
No, we're not doing that shit. Party.
It's not that difficult.
I don't give a shit.
Very well.
Also, I need to remember. Actually, that was one of the things I needed to double check. Was there we go. So I've got the Marvelous for the Gladiator, for the Marauder, and for the Gunbreaker. So I don't have the Marvelous for.
Yes.
All right, desynthesize this baby.
Oh, actually, I was speaking of relic weapons. Something that somebody told me recently, I need to actually look into it. Do you guys have any of, like, the A Realm Reborn relic weapons?
I had the one for the Warrior. That was honestly, like, a little bit painful, and, like, that opened me to, you know, because some of the stuff was, yeah.
Mm.
And then I used that to get the relic weapon for, Ding dong. So I need 3 of you. I need 1 of you. Alright.
What was your question about the
AR?
The relic weapons in general, apparently, since Dawntrail, have been slowly being patched to have 2-set die options.
Oh. Manderville is a 2-set.
From what I was told.
So, Manderville and
Because they're
Marvelous
adding
are
more stuff to that.
1. I'm not.
I don't think they're doing it to the Manderville weapons, but I was told, like, some Eureka weapons have it, like the max level Eureka weapons, and some on Heavensward and A Realm Reborn have them as well.
Okay.
It's not done it for the Heavens Ward yet, I can tell you that much.
Because somebody told me, like, because the reason I found out was I was in Party Finder and I recognized one of the relic weapons. I was like, that's not its normal color. And it was the Paladin arm from A Realm Reborn.
Is it token exchange that I want?
And I was just like,
I need the
What were you
Neo-ish
after, Grant?
Guardian set to have 2 dire channels, please.
Pandemonium. There we go. Unsung.
Yeah.
So. Domain of War.
Also,
Yeah,
the
I'm
party
done.
filled up.
Oh, we filled up?
As well.
Okay. Ding. Oh, no, not countdown. Ready up. I didn't realize it was that quick. Yep. Cool.
People like to help each other and
Understandable.
party find when it's first timers.
And we have like a mix
Do you
of
have sunglasses?
do I have sunglasses? Give me a sec. Thank you for warning me ahead of time. I will put them on.
Tomato sauce says, I hope you like orange.
I got my shades on now.
Yeah.
I still need to clear P4S so I can get that mine.
Oh, cool, a phoenix. Although,
Not
yeah,
quite.
I need to do a
yeah,
clear for it too.
not from what I recall from like Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah. Apparently, P4S now has a fun little strat for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, where you can just do it with like one healer and then all DPS.
what, no tank?
Yeah, no tank.
Huh.
Oh. Ah, shit. How was I supposed to avoid that nonsense?
You'll figure it out.
I'll grit it out. Yeah. I just need to, you know, not be a dick for 40 seconds. Wait, why did you Night Resolve me? Oh, because I had a vulnerability, so...
Because you took a tank buster.
Yeah, but I had my, Blackest Night, so...
Yeah, and now you got more.
Thank you. I was just... Alright, so what's the thingy-majiggy with this? Like, why is there... There we go.
Okay, good. Good.
Yeah, no, I know that. I know the fuck up that always happens with that bit. And
Yeah, I was a
thankfully had
little
to
worried
stack.
about that.
Yeah,
Yep.
somebody was facing it, so I went in between both of them.
I
Good call.
lost in context on that one. Where are we?
Basically, those little shadow things, we had little puddles to drop, and if they didn't drop on those, bad thing happens. Big bad things.
Oh, okay.
The birds need to not overlap, right?
If
They need to
possible.
not touch Big Bird.
Yeah.
Oh, I got vulnerability hit with that one. And then there's another...
Because if they touch Big Bird... Uh-oh.
I'm guessing... I'm guessing all 4 of them did.
Barbard.
Should I be concerned about that thing? Oh, I do not have the thing. There we go. I forgot I had good old oblation.
Watch the sides.
Get ablated on.
Easy clap.
Nice.
Yee.
Oh,
Oh,
Vel, just
Huh?
wait!
just we're not doing savage things, Vel. You're helping.
What? No, I just got something out of that. That's all.
Oh, okay. Was it like an
Oh?
achievement thing for, hey, congrats for doing X amount of times with the tank?
Yes.
Nice.
Oh,
nice.
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 Let's go.
That's why I was like, oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah, because it's like level
Good shit.
71 or something like that is what they want, so...
Well, shows how much I play Paladin.
Paladin, I'm intending to get the war line at some point, but I wanted to get my, because I was holding on to the Dark Knight already and such. Oh, no one opened the things for me? Thanks.
I'll be back in a sec. I'm just gonna go put my plate back in the kitchen.
Not to worry. So yeah, we'll do...
Congrats on the tank achievement, though.
Congrats, folk.
Thank you. I don't know what to do with this.
Is it gonna give you a mount, or is it not at that count?
Yeah, the War Lion.
Oh, nice! However, there is yet...
Also, Velk, from an earlier thing, I remember when Grant was talking about a girl that was doing achievement hunting. Beside my personal house, there's an entire FC that's dedicated to achievement hunting.
Oh, I hope that they're going well. Because this game has a few hellish ones.
Oh, it has been hell, because they ask me constantly to help. They see me by my house, I'll just see them walking up and be like, hey, you wouldn't want to join a party for tank farming, right? You like achievements? And I'm just like, oh, why not, I guess. I'll get a mount out of that.
A lot of the tank achievements, as far as I know, don't require you to be synced, though, is the thing.
Oh no, it's just there's a strat people do to farm it is doing one of the Delta Scapes, all as tanks.
Yeah.
Because you can melt it.
Okay. Oh, maybe that's what I should do when I have my when I want to go through my paladin. Cause
yeah, you can clear it in like a minute or less.
Cause hang on, let me see if I can find it.
Oh, it's the War Lion's face.
Oh, what's wrong with it?
Uh-oh.
Wait, I've actually never seen the War Lion. Does it look derpy or something?
Yeah. The body is fine, the head is not.
Wait, I kind of want to see now. Whereabouts are you? I'll go
to
with you.
Summerford Farm.
Pardon?
I'll go to Summerford Farms.
Summerfield Farms. Where is that actually? Oh wait, there it is.
Next to Limsa.
I'll teleport there. Alrighty, I'm at the 8th around Summerfield Farms.
I feel like the fates might be a bit of an annoying one to do.
Oh, baby, no.
Yeah. So I was like, oh yeah, this looks cool. Looks at the face. Oh, never mind.
Oh, that is not great.
No.
I'm over here looking at it from somebody that studies animals and draws them very frequently. I'm like, oh baby, no, that's not what your skull should look like.
I don't know what it's meant to look like.
A better example would be, I have it as a mod, I think.
Ding. Party finder again. Recruit.
Oh, yeah, that one. The statue one.
Yeah.
Forgiven something. Yes, that one. Much
Yeah.
better.
That's roughly how it looks like.
Yeah.
The snout's too pronounced on that. It looks more canine.
Where are you?
It's like they try to merge a canine and a lion. Summerford
Yeah.
Farm in Middle Onuska.
Yep.
Big red flutes. Oh, Spart's looking at him. That is.
Now you know.
It's because of the eyes. The eyes are really painful, and they don't really do a good, like, you know, color difference between the jowls to the fur.
Wait, I just realized what it reminds me of.
If it wasn't for that,
This I feel like I'm bullying it when I say this, but it looks like the preliminary stages when people are making fursuit heads.
yeah, just a bit. Here's my war bear. I wonder what's the, because I don't get a good, like, my thing has like tiny red eyes, and it's just like, what the fuck.
I don't quite have any of the tank achievement ones just yet.
Mm-hmm.
But
I have the upgraded version of it.
I have this.
All.
Or ball. I also have the some PvP mounts.
I don't have any. Monkey.
Panther looks fine.
Is it like the
Wait a minute,
war?
hold on.
What
It
did I
looks
miss?
like the corral. We're in Summerford Farms looking at mounts.
Yep. It does look like a
It
corral.
100% is.
It's just a corral with a color scheme.
Yeah, it's just retextured one of this.
Yeah.
I think the only difference is the horns. They for some reason added horns.
Oh, right. You probably haven't seen it, so have this.
Yeah, look at its face.
Ugly.
I'm really proud of this one, honestly.
And should be. Good mount.
Yeah, it sounds good.
It took me work. I sat in FF14 for like hours along in the day when I during my break from streaming and shit just to do this one. So.
Oh yeah, you get your bike now.
Yeah, he got his bike.
You got the bike.
1 second. Ding. Dong. Habam. See, where did you get the fire one?
Treasure maps. I was gonna say I have a red one.
There's a lot of treasure map mounts I actually really want, and I just never get around to doing it.
Yeah.
I have all of them so far. And
I
they were pain.
did a treasure map one with Velk, and we got like materials, and one of them was like a piece of leather that was like expensive.
What kind of leather?
I don't know. It was like an expensive one, and it was like marketplace worthy.
Was it the 80 maps, Volk?
I think it was the 90.
I was gonna say, I feel like it's a 91 because I know the 80s was the green peacock kind of looking raptor bird, which is one
Yeah.
that I wanted.
Ooh, this one's a level 100 full party map.
We can do that with 4 people. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
I kind of want to do it with 8 though. Just
I got this from the 100 maps.
Ooh,
Ooh.
that's a cool
Also,
one.
that's what that is.
Yeah,
3, 4, 5, 6.
It's sparkly.
it is. I made so much money off the 90 maps though, because I kept getting lucky with that mount you're on about, Sash.
Hmm.
Oh, the green one? Yeah.
Yeah, and I just kept selling the feathers from it.
Now you know where this is from.
Oh. I think this one feels more appropriate. This one says Firebird, which is like, you know, summon forth your Firebird. Not Phoenix. Definitely not Phoenix. I've got Blissful, Auspicious, and Lunar Kamuis. So I've still got like another 3 of these guys to chase after.
I need to finish off these guys.
Yes, I am.
Oh, there we go. We're full party.
I'm up to Barbariccio for those.
I have friends that
Oh.
are reach, yeah.
What's up?
Right, that one. Oh yeah, I'm ready by the way. Yeah, I started doing the mount farm for that, and then I saw the end mount, and I'm like, you know what? I'm happy I have done it this time.
Oh, you saw the end light? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
even if
mainly
you
doing
end
it for
mount meh,
I'm just doing it for collecting purposes because I like collecting mines.
same.
Like, I'll have it and I'll be like, look at this guy. We don't talk about this guy. Look at this one instead.
Oh, look, it's Dracula. Oh, and he's got his glasses on, too.
LT though.
Evil. What did I
See,
say?
he's not wearing glasses.
What did I
He's
say?
not wearing glasses now.
Yeah, and he's still evil.
Yeah, now he's evil because he's not wearing glasses.
Oh, is that how we're doing? Is that how we're
He's
doing
just
it?
cosplaying.
Ooh, this is actually a pretty cool soundtrack.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, the OST
music
in
from
these raids are good.
bangers.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just like all of the OST is good for this entire raid, but the second wing is definitely the best one.
Yeah.
I'm just biased like that.
What's the problem with that thing?
Give it a minute.
Phoenix. Wow. I'm amazed.
What?
You are completely correct.
Me? After watching
Yeah.
everyone else go to a corner, I was like, maybe I should go to a corner.
Yeah.
Did
you went into the corner, alright.
No one clip that shit! No one clip that shit!
No, clip it! Clip it!
Please clip it.
Let's and ship it immediately. Oh my god, Dracula, get your ass over here. Thank you.
Don't wanna. No bully.
Oh, that didn't go onto you. I thought it would.
Oh, it did. I just didn't take damage.
Okay.
It just mitigated the hell out of it, apparently.
Okay, so what does the green do?
That's a question.
Thank you, by the way, Val, for that.
It's just in case.
Yeah, I know.
King can sometimes be a pain in the ass.
It can. But I know this fight inside not from attempting it. It's like,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
we're savage. And I...
Why does he keep pointing hell skewer at me? Fuck off!
He pointed at me twice, though. I think it's just us two he doesn't like.
I clearly doesn't like us two. Maybe it's because we're all the way in the back, and he's like, I see you.
Maybe.
Yeah, and I see you too.
Which one of these west? Oh.
Find it?
Yep. I'm still miffed by the fact that I killed myself with the spikes after you gave me such positive feedback of, hey, you figured it out on the first go. And the next thing I know, I just killed myself on the spikes.
Yeah, you'll show me. And you did.
Vel just like, you know what? This might actually be a savage partner. I can't believe you've done this. Just looks at me and it's just like, that's a kickable offense right there.
When this was
Ooh.
current content, I still couldn't stop laughing at a friend of mine who was Red Mage, who did the same thing you did, but because of latency, it didn't connect quite right, and he corpse to try to counter it, and his body just went flying across the room.
Oh, someone asked, are you continuing with P5?
Oh, wait,
I
is
can answer
it
it
1,
if
2,
you
3,
want.
4, 5? Hang on.
Yes.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, then you do some quests, then 5.
Oh, no, I was gonna go to sleep. I was gonna end the stream because it's like past 9 o'clock at this point.
Okay.
Oh my god, he did the Bahamut thing. So yeah, sorry, I didn't answer that because it was just like GG, thank you, and then it's like GGS, thank you for joining. Darn.
And he doesn't have yellow eyes.
He has purple
It's
now.
purple.
They're purple now.
Yeah, what if they were purple, you know?
For getting me the first or done.
Oh no, they left already, Grant.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
They said Zam and just left, because I think they were trying to get it as well. Get through them all.
Ah, okay. It's late for me. I'm on call technically, although I've weirdly enough have not had any calls come in, and I might need to double check if that's like an issue with our system or if that's an issue with my phone.
Ah.
So, cause yeah, quite like I was expecting like something on the Friday or the Thursday, and there's been nothing. It makes no sense to me. And if I go to like, you know, monitoring, I don't see anything after, like, you know, Tuesday night of, like, me going on the call. And it's like, like, we're in our busiest time of the year. I was expecting at least something because someone was just, like, not preparing themselves for next week's Melbourne Cup and all that kind of nonsense. And just... yeah. Fuck it, skip skiing. I'm done with this. Oh, it's more quests we need to do before we get the green tick. God damn it. Oh, and Kahlua stopped streaming as well. Wait, did he stop streaming? Hang on. Oh no, he just had a bit of a whoopsies. Okay. The way that it appears we have not scratched the surface of the Panidorium's troubles. Ding dong, speak with Whatsmahoozy at the... at Eporia. Yep. Do not use an Aether ticket for that. I have the monies. Man, I didn't really go through a lot of levels doing level 90 content. Shame. Should not expect...
The best...
Go on.
I will say the best way to do that during 90 content is specifically the first Alliance raid. It gives a good chunk of XP. Up until around 97, I believe.
Okay. Well, most of my characters are like now 90, like the tanks are at least like 96, 97, and then there's like, you know, warrior that's 100, my paladin and dark knight that are 98. So they're getting close up there, and it's just a case of I'm probably just gonna have to run the dungeons that are like highest level more than once. I'm just gonna skip these. Oh, and then my options, I'm gonna go with skill speed. There we go, and then this fella, I can just, yep, record the collections. That way I get the Savage variants available, but I'm not really gonna do anything with the Savage ones. They're just available in case of any Wondrous Tales bullshit.
I would say the Savages of this expansion of Shadow Endwalker are the worst ones.
Yeah.
I remember you mentioned
They're not fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though I will say, P1... Yeah, P1's okay. P5's okay. P9's alright. It's not the worst. Like, the first one's of each one. Yeah, P5 was very fun.
And then... oops. There we go.
Music's a banger, though. Like, Soken has absolutely done wonders.
Oh, yeah, no, it's always...
As he always does.
Never had a bad thing about the music in here. I'm still trying to find, like, this is you know the A Realm Reborn, like, trailer that we got where it did, like, the ending of Final Fantasy XIV and it bled into the trailer for A Realm Reborn? I'm trying to find, like, where the music from... So, because after, like, the fade to white thing, and then it shows, like, the reflection in the pool, like, the orchestral moment from that point, so, like, you know, the Chocobo feat, the Eorzean Alliance doing, like, their running across the field and such, and then to the docks in Lenosha. I'm trying to find where that segment is, and because there's no comments allowed on any of the trailers, it is really painful trying to find. Alright, I am going to head to Yogg-Torel, and I'm gonna make Tuliol... like, the home spawn thing, because Solution 9, as great as it is, there's no beds at Solution 9. I do like the aesthetic of going to a bed. So I'm gonna set this as the home point. Solution 9 is probably gonna be expensive to travel to, but it's fine. Disband.
Is
there a weapons manufacturer here?
Is it Dawn of a New Era? The song you're looking for, maybe?
me a sec. Just loading up the weapons. Alright. What level weapons can I get? Okay, this only goes as high as 90, so that does not help me. Happy Himover? Oh my goodness, Karma. That was a tough one. I was gonna say Hypnover, but I don't know if you like Hypnosis. I don't like Hypnosis. That was a good call on your side, Karma, on whether or not to take it. I'm trying to think like what else November is other than like Broketober. No, Broketober is October. Never mind. There's like No Nut November, Nonstop Nut November. I'm trying to think. Is there any other November themes? Sorry. So what was the title of the song again?
Dawn of a New Era.
All right. Let me have a look through the ARR. Dawn of a New Era. Let's have a listen.
If it's not that, it might be Prelude Discoveries.
So this is at the part where the party, the Warriors of Light party, comes back, like, and they just have their moment of like, grab their chocobos and all that. So, like, it is referenced, but it's not during the moment I'm asking about.
Which moment was it specifically then? Was it before the fight?
Okay, no, let me get you a timestamp of the... So... ding 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 dun 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 dun. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Copy URL at current time. So at that point, 5 minutes and 40 seconds in. And then it goes on till like it kind of like bleeds into other songs, but like the segment is like until like from 5:40 to 6 minutes. But it's very hard to jam because while you have this amazing orchestral thing in the background, you have like fucking chocobos just rampaging through the... You just have chocobos like just fucking rampaging across the screen, so you're hearing like all these chocobo whistles and like boots stomping and everything. Oh my goodness. I have a lot of things in my glamour chest. Like, alright, so Limbos, you go in there. Limbo, you go in there. That's for the ninja at level 60. You know what? I'm gonna put you in there, just so you're out of the way. There's the Limbo again. Land Kings, I'm gonna use that at some point. Alright, question. Moon Ward Gauntlets Offending. Where would I have gotten those?
That's a retainer sort of thing.
Yeah, it is a retainer sort of thing. I'm just wondering if it's like, would I have gotten them from...
You can also get them through hunts as well.
Okay, so
it is from Poetics.
Okay, so at this point, if it's Poetics, then yeah, I could probably desynthesize that nonsense, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Oh, Moon War or Gauntlets Offending is actually it's actually nuts. It's actually Sack of Nuts. Interesting.
Okay.
Oh, it's a weirdly colored, like, have you seen the moon, like, ding, hang on, let me just go to Moon Ward Armor.
I think it'll be Cecil from FF4's armor.
Yeah, Cecil is who they reference. Maiming gets Kane, the Dragoon. Striking and /scouting gets Edge. Aiming gets Edward. Casting gets Rydia, and healing gets Rosa. I have no clue who any of these people are. So, alright.
Imagine wanting to look like Edward.
Alright, well, I'll put the Moon Gauntlets like in there, because I don't want to like give up on them. But yeah, I have so many like blues in here, because I just don't want to... I don't want to have to like, farm for some of the higher level nonsenses. But yeah, I should probably like get rid of some of the, like, the blue low levels that are here. that are not, you know. Also, is the Warrior Gauntlets... No, the Warrior Gauntlets are fine. They don't need to go into Armory. Let's have a Botanist. Yeah, those three are still useful, quite frankly. And then I can't use the Summoning Bell because I'm not in my world. Alright, we're gonna exit the game. Just gonna have Corpse Hall play or something. Nope, Corpse Hall is way too... What's Ultima? I'm just trying to find a song that's, like, low. Nope. Actually, I should have just gone for some ambient shit that would have referenced, Sultana Dreaming. There we go. That's nicer. Alrighty. That is... Oh, there's an advertisement going off. So this is going to be a bit of an awkward thingamadoog. I'm going to be real with you. Stop rates for the next hour. Noan, Fox, Juan, Teron, Arafat, Coco, Zeus, Vans. Gonna go with following. Wait, it's giving me some really crazy fucked up hours. What the hang on, I'm gonna refresh my stream manager because it was saying like there were some people that were like, oh, they're still streaming for the last 11 hours, and I'm like, what? No, they're not.
I've seen one or two streamers stream that much.
Yeah, but it's
very
unhealthy
people, to me.
It was people like Coco Mania and such like that where I'm like, I know for a fact you're not. All right, here we go. Grant, I have glasses. These are sunglasses. I had to deal with a lot of orange and sun flares. So yeah, that is going to be it for me tonight. We have reached the end of Dawntrail. Yay! Which means my Saturdays are going to be a little more casual going forward. It's still going to be Final Fantasy XIV content, but it's going to be Final Fantasy XIV content from either earlier raid or alliances that I weren't able to complete before, or it's going to be current raid and alliances that I need to get done because, you know, that's part of the patch content and what have you. If there is like a really strong game or something like that that I want to keep playing, that Saturday might be taken up with that new game, but it's all random decision making, okay? So we'll figure out my schedule tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon when I'm doing my chores and such. Velk, Sashera, Davey, thank you so much for joining me for the Raid 8 to finish Dawntrail this evening, and for going through some of the extra nonsense that was available. I really appreciate it.
Hey.
So good.
The bother.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much. So, without further ado, we're going to go raid into Kahlua. They chatted in my thingamajiggy earlier. They're a silly little himbo line with a hat over their head they can't see. And it looks like they're playing a little bit of Black Ops 6 in the multiplayer. So, should be a fun little quick raid into there. And we're going to go with just a really short and sweet himbo raid with the icons. If you've got any other emotes that you want to use, you're welcome to do so. Otherwise, thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all had a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And otherwise, I will either see you Monday, most likely, for Black Myth Wukong, or I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. I'll just raid them right now.